Hey YouTubers, how's it going? Uh yeah, I only so bad one. All right, first of all, I do want to reiterate that the reason why my dog was barking in my live stream yesterday is because the people were trying to get into the downstairs apartment. They lost the key and were banging on the door. Okay, breaking it down. That's why my dog was barking. You stupid idiot. Okay. And here's another thing. If you stalkers think you're gonna fucking text and say the worst shit about my kid and think you're gonna get away with saying I did that to myself, Tiffany, Nene, you are not blocked here. But let me fucking tell you a thing or two. You think you're gonna fucking threaten me and you're gonna fucking tell me be the change I wanna see and you're gonna fucking tell me, don't talk about me or I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, while I'm reading your fucking disgusting messages? Well, you know what? I think you started the rumors about your kid yourself. I think you did. I think you wanted to be the fucking victim. Yep, I do. And I think you're a cam girl. Yep, I do. Yep. You want to say nasty crap about me? Fuck you. I think you and your shitty friends, Izzy, Little Miss, your shitty friends, you know the shitty friends I'm talking about, are behind the majority of the shit. See, I thought that was you texting me. Hi, Night Owl. I figured that was you doing that, saying that shit about my daughter because the way it said, it got me by the cunt. You're the person who uses that fucking phrase a lot. You are. You are. Talk about my daughter again, Tiffany. Do it again. Do it again. I am tired of you going around pretending your kids get fucking harassed when you're the one harassing people. You are. You are. You are. You are. Yep. Everybody, in my opinion, I think that as a favor to Tom Reed, or just because fucking, somebody felt like her and her group felt like suicide trolling somebody like they've done before, they decided, in my opinion, God knows, I don't know what little deal was worked out between the two of them, that I just got thrown to the fucking wall by Tom Reed to a suicide trolling group because, yep, that person with those initials, CM, is the person that is the common connection to this community. That's the reason why we get most of our trouble from is her coming into this community. If it wasn't for her and Bobbles too coming around, I really believe that she or Ollie or somebody in that group, I think what it is that she thinks she's got to lead some fucking crusade for that idiot Tom Reed. Okay, this is all in my opinion only. And because that bitch can't keep her fucking nose out of my business. And she thinks she's gonna fucking harass my child and then try to say it was me. Oh hell no. Oh hell no, you fucking bitch. Oh hell no. You ain't fucking me setting me up using my child. Oh hell no. Just because you like to fucking make up lies about your own kid and pretend shit doesn't mean I do. Get this, you stupid bitch. You don't get to say, you don't get to admit to what you did to me and say it was unprovoked by me. I don't have a malicious bone in my body. You took part in it, and now you think you're gonna fucking flip the script on that and act like, no, 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 she deserved it all. I'm the one still harassing her. I'm the one still harassing her, but now I'm gonna blame her. Oh no, before it was Laura. Oh no, before it was this one. Oh no, before it was that one. Oh, it was this one. It was Laura. No, it was this one. Oh no, it was Jules. Oh no, it was Ollie. It was this one. It was that one. Fuck you. It's been you. Been you. And your fucking little coven of witches, bitches. You get off on that shit. Don't even fucking try it with me. I'm not your fucking ball of yarn. I'm not your fucking cat toy. You get it? My daughter's not your fucking cat toy. You just mind your own fucking business when it comes to me. I am not the fucking one. This is no battle. You get it? You get it? You don't get to come at me, your own words, your own admittance, unprovoked, harass me, and think you're going to continue to do it 2 years later. You go ahead and get your fucking restraining order. But remember, bitch, it works both ways. You fucking break it and fucking harass me or my child, there's going to be a real fucking problem. I've had it with you, Tiffany Moser, just so there's no confusion. Don't keep messing with my kid. Tell your fucking skanky friends, cut the shit. Go on and move on. Move on to somebody who gives a fuck about you. Because I don't. You're not gonna succeed in this one. I know you've had your few fucking bullshit things that you enjoy doing, but I happen to care about shit. Hi, Cassidy. Hi, Tina. Stop fucking with me. I am telling you now, somebody took Jules' fucking name off that. They've sat over there on Luna's fucking video, just showing, of course, what I said to her, even though, and then they sat there going, yep, Tiffany said, yep, she definitely would say those things about her own daughter for attention. Fuck you, I would, you fucking loser. Stay the fuck off me. I'm telling you now. Stay away from me, Tiffany. I chosen one community. And as a matter of fact, Tiff Tiff Nene, I don't know if you are blocked now, but I know I specifically had unblocked you the other day. And you're not blocked on my phone. You sent me a shitload of fucking messages today. But I want you to know something. And I know why you did. Because you knew I knew that was you. You knew. You knew when I said, look, yeah, you knew I knew that was you doing that shit. That was you or someone you fucking got up to doing it. You people are the ones who took fucking Jules' name off that fucking GoFundMe and harassed her. You are the people who have been harassing these people. Your group are suicide trolls. Your group are suicide trolls. Your group, in my opinion, allegedly. Your group are suicide trolls. You're the reason. You and your sick fucking freak buddy. God knows how you met up with him. Cam girl, in my opinion, allegedly, maybe, who knows? I think that's the fucking little. I mean, where's yeah, yeah, yo, oh yeah, somebody who all of a sudden who hated Jules before, but they're friends with Jules. Oh, they hated me, now they're friends with me. Oh, they hated I, and then they're friends with them. Shut up! You're the biggest fucking. You have no integrity. Half those people have no integrity. I've just been sitting here trying to figure out what the fuck. But go ahead, do your fucking little restrict, because I've already done mine, okay? And they're finding out who sent those, and I guarantee you they're from you. I guarantee you. You know why? Because you got some sick fixation with Tom Reed. You have a sick, sick obsession with Tom Reed. I don't know if you do whatever for him and he pays you for that. I really don't. I really don't. But he claims to have pictures of you doing some really fucked up shit. So I don't know what your fucking weird relationship is with him. If he's your cash cow, I don't know. But I'm telling you, don't fuck with my kid. I have shown you compassion. I have shown you understanding. I have shown you friendship. I have defended you to the teeth, and you have continuously, behind my back, I not your baby doll, put me down. Continuously put me down. Continuously. Behind my back, you have been orchestrating a shitload of crap. And people were telling me that, but I didn't believe them. But you only had a change. I don't even know you ever really had that change of heart now. I think you did. I really do. I do feel like for a while there you were being sincere. Like you actually that day felt a different kind of, you know, way and felt like you were doing something like in the good of things. And then you saw how unpopular it made you because, but it didn't make you unpopular. You just let it. Well, then people started on you for it. I don't know that whole thing, what went on. Well, Tiffany, you're not blocked, so why don't you come in here and say to me why you would think I would say the most horrible things ever to my child? Yeah, see, you're calling me that C word again, but you used it yesterday in those text messages. In those text messages. Who? Jax is not the one called Jack. That's not Jack. That is not Jack. That is not. Didn't you guys hear Paranormal Underworld say yesterday? There's somebody going around and it's not him that is using the word Jack. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so some did hear that. Okay, good, good. Yeah, no, he didn't. But that's what they'll do. Those kind of things. What would make these people think that everything I say is a lie? I don't know. Coming from Tom Reed. He's a straight up guy. I mean, then we got Tiffany, who claims that she did take part in that. So I'd like to know, from what point? From the very beginning? Did you? Mm, that's a shame. I want to know what point. All I want to know, Tiffany, is no, uh-uh, Bobbles, Bobbles and Tiffany both are friends because they're both friends with Tom Reed. Okay? What I'm saying is, hi, Bobby. I want to know what part of her brain thinks to say shit like that to me and then try to pin it on me about my child. How many times are you going to go around doing that? Harassing my daughter? Yeah, and then it's always me doing it to my own child. Always me doing it to my own deceased relative. And it's only recently I got a laptop. So I've been doing all of that this whole time with one phone, one device. Where do you get off, Tiffany, saying that I would say that shit about my child? You gross bitch. You go too far when you keep talking about my kid. I'm sick of you bitches keep talking about my kid and thinking everything's okay with that shit. I am. I've had it. It was definitely you doing that yesterday to me and Debbie. Definitely. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. They're going to find out. You would too. You and your buddies would. You're sick. I'm glad you guys all had a good night. Day, I mean, a good day. I had a good day. But, I didn't even plan on coming on here. I looked at one of Tiffany's messages and said, I haven't even been talking about her. I mean, lately we've been talking, like if we're reading comments, it's usually Tiffany H that's in these comments and stuff. We haven't even seen Tiffany around, surprisingly. But yet, show the messages. I will. I'm going, It seems that Tiffany is demanding that I open up the text messages live, which I don't even know how to open text messages live, but I'm not putting my phone number out there, or I did say the phone number they came from. But see, what it seems like is she can text me, but anything that I tried to text her back or something isn't coming up. I don't know. Who knows? Because I tried calling and it goes right to voicemail. So let me get it straight. You can contact me and make demands, and I can't even call you to ask you how the fuck am I supposed to open them up live? I don't know how to open things up live. What are you talking about? Not opening up my phone. What are you demanding from me, bitch? When I say I didn't say that shit about my kid, I never would. How dare you think I would? You bitches, I sat on chemotherapy fucking and you still fucking denied that. You said I was LARPing it. You even admitted to being Janice Dickinson on my piano the other day. And well, not the other day, maybe a month ago. And then you were trying to say I was fucking Janice Dickinson and the voice sounded like me. Shut up, you fucking douche. Shut up. Shut up, you fucking suicide troll. You come from a group of known suicide trolls. That's what that particular community is known for. Why would you think it couldn't be put together? Two and two put together. Gee, suddenly these people show up that are from a group that have suicide trolled people with cancer. And I start getting suicide trolled. And gee, nobody can put the connection together that it's you. Kenzie's probably part of them. Hi, Riley. I mean, look at the way this bitch is talking to me back here. The fuck? Who the fuck talks to somebody like this? Yeah, someone's playing Kenzie. Yeah, they are playing Kenzie. She fucking sends me all these fucking text messages. I'm going to say this to you one time. Stop talking about me in your live streams. I'm not running my mouth about you like you like to say. I am not your content. You are such a disappointment. Totally unaware of others. Hopefully you climb down from this ego-driven horse you're riding around on sometime soon, because you are a bully. Too many people have said this for you to not wake up. I mean, for you to not notice. Wake up. You are so disgusting. Shut the fuck up already. So negative, toxic shit you spew daily. Wow, this is definitely me you emailed, Kenzie? I mean, not Kenzie. Oh my God. Riley. I'm saying that because Kenzie is right above you and I'm looking at that one. So she says, listen to yourself. Would you be proud to have your daughter hear this? How about your sister or mother, your neighbors? You had no proof she did that. You have become such an angry person. I'm ashamed and disappointed. Be the type of person, stop mentioning me. But you keeps calling me a cunt. Okay. She keeps calling me a cunt. Oh, you looked that number up, you're saying? Uh-huh. It's interesting. You know, the point was that the person used the word cunt in their messages and looks to me like you did. And did you email me, Riley? Hold on. Hold on, Riley. Don't give them any messages. Don't give them anything to run on. Hold on. Okay. So, Riley, what I did was, right. That's okay. I don't know if you want to come up on panel, and then you can just turn your camera off and you could type in the back chat. I just sent you the link. Or I could just give you my phone number and you could call me. Unless you want to just email it. Yeah, you could email it too. Yeah, I get you. It's up to you. Have you ever been up on a panel before? You don't have to show yourself. You can just, you know, you don't even have to say anything. You could type in the back chat or whatever you want to do. What do you mean? All you got to do is if you hit the link that I just sent you, okay? No, wait. Do me a favor. Email me. Email me right now, Riley. Email me. I forgot that I had sent the link to somebody. I didn't know you go up on panels, chosen one. Um, I forgot I had sent the link to somebody so they could come in and tell me how I'm supposed to open up live text messages or whatever. Um, and I had sent the link to them. So no, don't. They can snoop. They're not trustworthy. But you could come up, but I'd rather hear that privately. And I know that person is a snoop. You should come up on this panel sometime. Chosen one community. We all should. Oh, I'll look right now. Hold on. Well, I got that, but I didn't get. Is there a new one? I didn't get the name. Is there a name? Did you get a name? Who doesn't like Sharon? Well, I don't. When Sharon's locked up, I'll go. Okay. No, they're just making a joke. We all like everybody here. We all like everybody here. We all like everyone here. We all like everyone here. We're all fine here. Don't go away for too long. Don't. Has anybody read the book, The Five People You Meet in Heaven? I think I'll read it again. I don't have a new email from you, Riley. I was waiting for Riley to. No, you never did? The Five People You Meet in Heaven? It's a short book. I mean, it's up to you guys. I could read it if you'd want me to. It's a good one. I keep wanting to finish The Art of Racing in the Rain with you guys. I did the whole, I mean, up to like almost being done with it. I cry when I read it sometimes. Do you want the five people you meet in heaven, or do you want me to finish reading The Art of Racing in the Rain? Or do you guys want to listen to The Art of Racing in the Rain, the other videos I made, so you know where I'm at? I mean, The Art of Racing in the Rain was about, oh, you read it, or you read, I don't know if you're telling me to read it or you've read it. Um, there was a lady I met named Pauline that, not met physically, but on YouTube. She's always been very, very kind to me. And she has cancer too. And she is also going through some insurance problems, you know? And and she said she had just read that book and it was so beautiful. And I read it. I've read it many times. I saw the movie, but the movie is never quite as good as the book. But the book, The Art of Racing in the Rain, is about this dog called Enzo, and it's a yellow lab. No, wait, I'm sorry, golden retriever, yellow lab or golden retriever, I think, and Labrador retriever. Yeah, right. Same thing, same thing, same thing. And his owner Denny got him since he was a pup, and then he got a girlfriend named Eve, and at first he didn't like Eve, the dog, but then they got married, so he started to, he kind of got used to her and stuff. And then they had a little baby and a little girl named Zoe, and so the lady Eve ended up getting brain cancer, and the dog could smell it, and it was so sad because the dog would watch. The story is told by the eyes of the dog. It's the dog who tells the whole story, and he wishes he could talk because he would tell her, you know, but she was afraid to go to doctors and never would go to the doctors. But when she would be having pain in her head and throwing up, but it hadn't been diagnosed yet, the dog could smell it, and he said it smelled like rotten, decaying earth. And so he would lay down next to her, and like so, all that they had been through. I always get so choked up here because the book, it's called The Art of Racing in the Rain, because of Ayrton Senna was a Formula One race car driver who was a master at the art of racing in the rain. He always, he knew that he always had to be in the lead because there would be no um, rain splashing, nothing coming up from the other drivers, their wheels, Formula One. You guys still with me here, or am I boring you? I noticed that the numbers dropped when it goes from drama and stuff. It's funny, it went down 20 people when I started talking about reading. That shows a lot, huh? Doesn't it? Sure, my regulars are still here. I'm sure my regular people are still here, but the people who were tuning in just for the drama you could see they left, those people. Yeah. And you know what is crazy is I even texted her the link, Tiffany, to come in and talk about it, but instead she just wanted to yell at me and leave nasty comments and stuff. Yep, you're right. Yeah, you can tell. See, this is what I like. See? That's what's worth it. Right here. Those names. Yep. You guys are really, really top notch people. Top notch. Top notch. Well, uh, the dog liked to watch TV. And, like when the owner was gone and he'd watch whatever was on. So the dog, Enzo, felt like when you're a good dog and you learn how to give the right answers and when to use your arms to hug and give encouragement and a hand up and a hand of help and say the right words, then a dog will come back as a man. And um, so he was wanted to come back as a man. He was determined to come back as a human being. And so he was laying with Eve. She was having a headache and it was the middle of the night. And she was throwing up and the dog is thinking to himself, it was at that moment I realized that Eve was my rain. Meaning like something that could be of like damaging. I don't know, like he needed to master being there for Eve, like she was his rain, just like Ayrton Senna was a master at the art of racing in the rain. Like he learned how to conquer, the rain. And she died, and um, and it was getting to see the guy Denny. He wanted to always be a race car driver, the owner of the dog, and so after she died, I'm not sure what part I was up to there, but um, he was getting offers to go and do this racing gig, but what ended up happening was her parents wanted to take custody of Zoe, the daughter. She was only like in first or second grade. True Cassidy. And so they set this thing up where one of the, there was like a family trip, and he brought them so that the little girl could see her mother's family, reunion, whatever. But there was kind of a setup of something where he got accused of making a move on an underage girl that was there. It's so that they can get custody of the little girl. It was their daughter that he was married to, but she passed away. That was Eve. And the dog refers to them as the twins. And so every time he's just standing there, he's listening to everybody's conversations. And the dog tells the whole story. It's all told from the eyes of the dog. It's and his, you know, he watched a Formula One race one day where Ayrton Senna died. Now I saw that race. It was in 1994. Um, and it was the weirdest thing ever. I know I've told this story many, many times before. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen, I have a tattoo on, you might even be able to see it in that video that I'm using the avatar for, on the shoulder that's showing, right? It's my left shoulder. Is that where I have it? Yeah, my left shoulder. I know Night Owl, but she's talking about the trolls. Did you know that, Night Owl? That she wasn't talking about real fire? You're so cute. Um, you guys are so cute. Hi, Tanger. But see, I have that tattoo there, Ayrton Senna, because Oh, you did get it? I love you. I love you guys. You guys are so sweet. Yeah, and the dog saw the race where he died, and you know, and it's getting to that part like where I'm almost at the end of the book and I'm just dying to finish it. Do you know I've had it out of the library for over a year? I've got such late charges on it. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine the late charges I have on this book. And it kills me to return it because I never finished it. I did. I did. You know me with text messages, Kendra. I mean, I know I could finish it myself, but I've already done it. I know. I'm gonna beg them for mercy and ask them if they can let me off or something. Yeah, that was another book. I still got that one too. Isn't that crazy? I never knew my daughter had bought it for me, and I had it out of the library for that long. Mm-hmm. This dog is so funny. Even though I know it wasn't really the dog that wrote the book, even though I know it wasn't really the dog that wrote the book, but I'm just telling you. I really think it is. I think he's funny. I'm just gonna read this, okay? Because he goes, so Denny was gonna do like a teaching engagement, that Denny is the owner of the dog, and he had to go stay with the deceased wife's parents. He calls them the twins, the dog. Remember, it's written by the eyes of the dog. The dog is writing the whole book. So, as they had grown accustomed to my presence in their home, and I always handled myself with the utmost dignity when I was around them, never soiling their expensive rugs or carpets, never begging for food, and never drooling when I slept. I would much rather have gone to racing school with Denny, but I understood that he depended on me to take care of Zoe. Now, Zoe is the little girl that she's also staying there, and also to act as some kind of a witness on his behalf. Though I could not relate to him the details of our visits, my presence, I think, reassured him in some way. Like I said, what Electro Green and Gray Suna? What are you talking about? What Power Ranger? I don't know what you mean. If it's somebody else and alive, don't even bother talking about it. I don't want to hear. Don't mention other people's if they're live here. I hate that when people go, somebody's live. I hate that. So let's not say that. All right. So the dog is kind of, watching out for what's going on, even though he can't talk. No. What does that mean? How are we on so many different topics here? George had it. Oh, Tropic of Capricorn. I thought you meant a storm. Yes, I do remember that. I do remember that, Tander. I thought you meant an ocean storm or something because you said they were still at the ocean and they were tropical Capricorn. Ah, that's funny. Okay. Um, on a Friday afternoon, I was delivered by Mike into Zoe's waiting embrace. She immediately ushered me into her room and we played a great game of dress up together. To say that I was taking one for the team would be an understatement, considering the crazy outfits I was forced to wear. Isn't that weird? And not your baby doll said she looked like a Power Ranger with electric. That's funny. Maybe that's what Enzo was doing. But that's my ego speaking. I knew my role as a gesture in Zoe's court. My role, I'm sorry. And I was happy to play the part. That evening, Maxwell took me outside earlier than usual, urging me to get busy. I know, I bet it was a beautiful day because it was nice here yesterday. It's raining here though today. When I came back inside, I was led to Zoe's room, which already had my bed in it. Apparently, she requested I sleep with her rather than by the back door, or, God forbid, in the garage. I curled into a ball and quickly dozed off. A bit later, I woke. The lights were dim. Zoe was awake and active, encircling my bed with piles of her stuffed animals. They'll keep you company, she whispered to me as she surrounded me. Now remember, she's only like 6 or something. Seemingly hundreds of them, all shapes and sizes. I see I was surrounded by teddy bears, giraffes, sharks, dogs, cats, birds, and snakes. She worked steadily and I watched until I was nothing more than a small toll on the Pacific, and the animals were my coral reef. I found it somewhat amusing and touching that Zoe cared to share me with her animals in that way, and I drifted off to sleep, feeling protected and safe. I awoke later in the night and saw that the wall of animals around me was quite high. Still, I was able to shift my weight and change position to make myself more comfortable. But when I did, I was shocked by a frightening sight of one of the animals, the one on top, staring straight at me. It was a zebra. He one time had like a little nightmare that the zebra was the cancer and he tore it apart. Um, so they started talking about how they were gonna, how the girl was forcing herself on Denny, and he's like, following them around the house, listening to them. I'm sorry if I'm boring you guys. Am I boring you guys? The only way I'm gonna take this book back. You're really doing me a favor by listening. Really. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for responding. So they're having a conversation. Maxwell is the wife, which is one of the in-laws of Denny's. Okay. Now, mind you, they're trying to get custody of the little girl, which is their granddaughter. And Trish is the wife. Okay. So it's Maxwell and Trish. And the dog is listening to their conversation. It's for the best, Maxwell said. I know, but still. He forced himself on a teenage girl, Maxwell said sternly. What kind of a father preys on innocent young girls? I lifted my head from the warm wood of the deck and saw Trish cluck and shake her head. What? Maxwell demanded. From what I hear, she's not that innocent. What you hear, Maxwell blurted. He forced himself on a young girl. That's I'm not going to say the word. Assault. I know, I know. It's just that the timing of her coming forward is a big coincidence. Are you suggesting that she made it up? No, Trish said. But why did Pete wait to tell us about it until after you complained to him so bitterly that you were certain we wouldn't get custody of Zoe? I don't care about any of that, Maxwell said, waving her off. He wasn't good enough for Eve, and he's not good enough for Zoe. And if he's stupid enough to get caught with his pants down and his pecker at his fist, you're going to be damn sure I'm going to seize the moment. Zoe will have a better childhood with us. She will have a better moral raising, a better financial raising, a better family life, and you know it, Trish. You know it. I know, she said, and sipped her amber drink with the bright red cherry drowned at the bottom of the glass. Does anybody know what kind of drink that is? An amber drink with a bright red cherry at the bottom of the glass. What would that be? What are they drinking? Lots of older people drink them, I find. Older people. Like, I don't think they're in now. They're some hefty drink, I'll tell you that much. That's what they are. It's an amber drink with a bright red cherry at the bottom of the glass. And my guess is it's chilled. There's no ice in it, but it's already chilled. Is that a Manhattan, though? Is that the same? An old fashioned? Is that the same? Because, I've heard that before, too. Shirley Temple. You're funny. An old fashioned, but I think, are they the same? Are they the same? Look that up. Is an old fashioned the same as a Manhattan? It is. It's Manhattan. Yeah. Okay. It's bourbon, right? Isn't it? Southern Comfort. Some people have too. Oof. What do they have in it? Is it SoCo? Jim Beam? I don't know. No, I don't know. Who knows, man? Icky, icky, icky. Yeah, right, right, Riley. Yeah, Manhattan. Mm-hmm. He poured. She says, "Okay, all right." But he's not a bad person. He poured his drink down his mouth and slapped his glass down on the table. It's time to start dinner, he said, and he went inside. Now remember, where this is all told by the eyes of the dog, Enzo. I was stunned. I too had noted the coincidence of the events, and I had been suspicious since the beginning. But to hear the words, the coldness in Maxwell's tone, it is nasty. Hi, Connie. What I'm doing is trying to whip through the end of this book because I won't return it until I finish. Whiskey, vermouth. Yeah. Ugh. Nasty, nasty. Can't believe those freaking old people be drinking that shit like that, man. Honey. Honey. Except Coors Light. Well, that's a good thing. Honey. Man, it's honey. I wish I had a water in here. Okay, so the dog had just witnessed that conversation. So now he knows that Maxwell, the in-law, the father-in-law, is, doing malicious ways to get custody of Zoe. Imagine this. Imagine having your wife die suddenly of brain cancer. Then imagine her parents attack you mercilessly mercilessly, whatever, in order to gain custody of your daughter. Imagine that they exploit allegations of sexual molestation against you. They hire very expensive and clever lawyers because they have much more money than you have. Imagine that they prevent you from having any contact with your 6-year-old daughter for months on end. And imagine they restrict your ability to earn money, to support yourself, and, of course, as you hope, your daughter. How long would you last before your will was broken? Mm-hmm. L'chaim. To life, to life, l'chaim. This is the dog Enzo telling the story in The Art of Racing in the Rain. This is chapter 39. Chapter 39. I'm talking about Denny in the book. And the dog is telling the story. They had no idea who they were dealing with. Denny would not kneel before them. He would never quit. He would never break. This is supposed to be the dog is telling, like, because the dog is, always in every room. Like, he sits there and he listens to the humans talk. And so he's just talking about what he's been watching over the, years. He tells this little story, The Art of Racing in the Rain. Uh, well, he's been okay lately. He seems that he's been really trying lately, you know. Best to just say hello and just be pleasant. He seems like he's just being pleasant lately, and that's all we can ask for from everybody. You know what I mean? He seems he's being pleasant. He's just trying to be pleasant. Um, with disgust. Now remember, this is a dog. With disgust, I followed them into the house. Trish began her preparations, and Maxwell took his jar of peppers from the refrigerator. Now, the last time, thank you, I appreciate that, Connie. Yeah, if he seemed like he was being pleasant in there, then he's just that's just how he's been being, just trying to be pleasant. He's not getting involved in stuff. He hasn't said anything mean or nasty. He's just trying to exist like everyone. Now the last time that the dog, well, not the last time, but one of the times that the dog was at the house of the in-laws there, the guy, the father, Maxwell, the, father-in-law, thank you, had this jar of hot peppers. And you know how dogs are. They always want to try something. So he said, "Here, you want to try one?" to the dog. And he gave it to him, and it made him really sick because it was a hot pepper. And the father-in-law was laughing. So this time, he goes, Maxwell took his jar of peppers from the refrigerator. Inside me, a darkness brewed. Contrivers, manipulators. Remember, this is the dog saying this stuff, okay? It cracks me up that the dog thinks like this. They were no longer people to me. They were now the evil twins. Evil, horribly, dastardly people who stuffed themselves with burning hot peppers in order to fuel the bile in their stomachs. When they laughed, flames shot out of their noses. They were not worthy of life, these people. They were disgusting creatures, nitrogen-based life forms that lived in the very darkest corners of the very deepest lakes, where there is no light and the pressure crushes everything to sand, deep, dark places where oxygen would never dare venture. I think we know a lot of people like that, don't we? My anger with the evil twins fed my thirst for revenge, and I was not above using the tools of my dogness to exact justice. I presented myself to Maxwell as he stuffed another pepper into his mouth and pulverized it with the ceramic teeth he removed that night. I sat before him. I lifted a paw. Want a treat? He asked me, clearly surprised by my gesture. I barked. "Ruff." Here you go, boy. He extracted a pepper from the bottle and held it before my nose. It was a very large one, long and artificially green and smelling of sulfites and nitrates, the devil's candy. I don't think those are good for dogs, Trish said. He likes them, Maxwell countered. My first thought was to take the pepperoncini and a couple of Maxwell's fingers with it, but that would have caused real problems, and I likely would have been euthanized before Mike could return to save me. So I didn't take his fingers. I did, however, take the pepper. I knew it was bad for me, that I would suffer immediate discomfort, but I knew my discomfort would pass, and I anticipated the unpleasant rebound effect, which is what I wanted. After all, I am just a stupid dog, unworthy of human scorn, without the brains to be responsible for my own bodily functions. A dumb dog. I observed their dinner carefully because I wanted to see for myself. The twins served Zoe some kind of chicken covered in creamy sauce. They didn't know that while Zoe loved chicken cutlets, she never ate them with sauce, and certainly never with cream. She disliked the consistency. When she didn't eat the string beans they served, Trish asked if she would like a banana instead. Zoe replied affirmatively, and Trish made some banana slices, which Zoe barely picked on because they were crudely sliced and speckled with brown spots, which she always avoided. When Denny prepared her bananas for her, he took great care in slicing them in uniform thickness after removing any and all brown spots he could find. And these agents of evil, these supposed grandparents, thought Zoe would be better off with them? Pah! They didn't spend a moment thinking about her welfare. After dinner, they didn't even ask why she hadn't eaten the bananas. They allowed her to leave the table having eaten almost nothing. Denny never would have allowed that. He would have prepared for her something she liked, and he would have required that she eat a sufficient dinner to continue to grow in a healthy way. All the while I watched, I seethed, and in my stomach a foul concoction steeped. When it was time to take me out that night, Maxwell opened the French door to the back deck and began his idiotic chanting. Get busy, boy, get busy. I didn't go outside. I looked up at him and I thought about what he was doing, how he was rending our family, pulling apart the fabric of our lives for his own smug, self-congratulatory purposes. I thought about how he and Trish were grossly inferior guardians for my Zoe. I crouched in my stance right there, inside the house, and I shot a massive, soupy, pungent pile of diarrhea on his beautiful, expensive, linen-colored Berber carpet. What the hell? He shouted at me. Bad dog! I turned and trotted cheerfully to Zoe's room. Get busy, motherfucker, I said as I left. But of course, he couldn't hear me. As I settled into my lagoon of stuffed animals, I heard Maxwell exclaim loudly and call for Trish to clean up my mess. I looked at the zebra, still perched on his throne of lifeless animal carcasses, and I growled at it very softly, but very ominously. "Rrr." And the demon knew. The demon knew not to mess with me that night. Not that night or ever again. See, I like that dog. I like that dog. I like that dog. Am I boring you guys? That cracks me up. Get busy, motherfucker. Get busy, motherfucker. That cracks me up. You guys still with me? Thumbs up if you are. Or a heart or anything. Okay. Am I boring you? Sanskrit, I love you. Sanskrit, I love you if I'm not boring you. And you're just kidding. Sanskrit. Just kidding. I don't know. Should I do another chapter? It's up to you guys. I don't know. I'll never take this book back. I'm just telling you. Guys will have to return it. And you guys empty out my apartment after, uh, God forbid, I turn 907 and then I pass away. Hi, Stephanie. Oh, cool. Cool. Thank you. Should I do another one? You want another chapter? I gotta get through this book, I'm telling you, because it's gonna cost me like at least $1,000 in late fees. But you guys are worth it. You guys were worth it. I'm telling you. And when you want to hear the rest of the book, if you ever do, I do have a playlist called The Art of Racing in the Rain, where I was reading the book. No, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it, Bobby. She doesn't want to hear it. No, no book. I feel like reading it now. No, just kidding. It's a small chapter. He's not going to take any more poop. See, she's just listening. I think no means yes. I think that's what Bobby told me. It's no. No is yes in Spanish, right? Okay. Mm. I'll just sit here and cry then. Oh, she says yes, I do. All right. All right. Chapter 40. See how many chapters we've gone through already? I mean, we can't stop now. These are short chapters, too. Oh, a breath of September. The vacations were done. The lawyers were back at work. The courts were at full staff. The postponements were finished, and the truth would be had. He had left that morning, Denny, you mean, wearing the only suit he owned and a crumpled khaki two-piece from Banana Republic and a dark tie. He looked very good. Remember, this is the dog telling the story. He left. Mike will come at lunch and take you for a walk, he said to me. I don't know how long this will go. Mike came and walked me briefly through the neighborhood so I wouldn't be lonely, and then he left again. Later that afternoon, Denny returned. He smiled down at me. Do I need to reintroduce you two? He asked, and behind him was Zoe. I leapt in the air. I bounded. I knew it. I knew Denny would vanquish the evil twins. I felt like doing flips. Zoe had returned. It was an amazing afternoon. We played in the yard. We ran and laughed. We hugged and cuddled. We made dinner together and sat at our table and ate. It felt so good to be together again. After dinner, they ate ice cream in the kitchen. I know, right? Me too. You don't find books like that often. Are you going back to Europe soon? Zoe asked out of the blue. Denny froze in place. The story had worked so well. Zoe still believed it. He sat down across from her. No, I'm not going back to Europe, he said. Her face lit up. Yay, she cheered. I can have my room back. Actually, Denny said, I'm afraid not yet. Her forehead crinkled and her lips pursed as she attempted to puzzle out his statement. I was puzzled too. Why not? She asked, finally, frustration in her voice. I want to come home. I know, honey, but the lawyers and the judges have to make the decision on where you'll live. It's part of what happens when someone's mommy dies. Just tell them, she demanded. Just tell them that I'm coming home. I don't want to live there anymore. I want to live with you and Enzo. It's a little more complicated than that, Denny said. Just tell them, she repeated angrily. Just tell them. Remember, she's 6. Okay, Cassidy. Come on. Zoe, someone has accused me of doing something very bad. Just tell them. That's the end. That's you know what that is. That's Roscoe doing sound effects for the book. That's what he's doing. Sound effects for the book. Isn't that nice of him? Someone said I did something very bad, and even though I know I didn't do it, now I have to go to court and prove to everyone that I didn't do it. Zoe thought about it for a moment. Was it Grandma and Grandpa? She asked. I was very impressed with the laser-like accuracy of her inquiry. Not, Denny started. No, it wasn't them, but they know about it. I made them love me too much, Zoe said softly, looking into her bowl of melted ice cream. I should have been bad. I should have made them not want to keep me. No, honey, no, Denny said, dismayed. Don't say that. You should shine with all of your light, all the time. I'll work this out. I promise I will. That's sad that the little girl thinks that she made them love her too much. Oh, God. Can somebody block that person? Did you get him? Zoe shook her head without meeting his eyes. Understanding that the conversation was over, Denny cleared her bowl and began to clean the dishes. I felt badly for them both, but more so for Zoe, who continued to face situations that were loaded with things beyond her experience and full with she's and fraught with the conflicting desires of those around her, fighting for supremacy like vines entangled on a trellis. I don't know who that is. If they keep talking in caps, you can get rid of them. If they know how to act like a human being, they can stay. She went into her bedroom to play with the animals that she had left behind. Okay, there we go. We can just. Get rid of him, specular. They're sickening. What's wrong with these fucking people, man? No fucking life. Later in the evening, the doorbell rang. Denny answered it, and Mark Fine was there. It's time, he said. Denny nodded and called for Zoe. That was a major victory for us, Dennis, Mark said. It means a lot. You understand that, right? Denny nodded, but he was sad, like Zoe. Every other weekend, Friday after school until Sunday after dinner, she's yours, Mark said. And every Wednesday, you pick her up after school and deliver her before 8 o'clock. Right? Right, Denny said. Mark Fine looked at Denny for a long time without speaking. I'm fucking proud of you, he said, finally. I don't know what goes on in that head of yours, but you're a fucking competitor. No, her parents didn't get divorced. Okay. Oh, she spilled nail polish on her bed. And the rest. Oh, because of the nail polish? Hold on. There's a lot of typos there. There's a lot of typos there, Stephanie. I'm trying to make heads or tails of it. I really am. I don't mean to sound funny. Breathed in deeply. Yeah, that's what I am, he agreed. And Mark Fine took Zoe away. She had just returned and she was going away again. It took me some time. Well, you can see, you don't have to keep the nail polish on the bedspread part. I get that. Her parents fought that night, and it's from that point on that I am lost. So you don't have to retype all of it. Just after the part of the parents fighting that night. Um, it took me some time to fully grasp the situation, but I understood ultimately that the court case earlier in the day was not Denny's criminal trial, but a custody hearing, a hearing that had been delayed over and over, put off for months because the lawyers were going to their houses on Lopez Island with their own families, and the judge was going to Cle Alum to his ranch. I felt betrayed. I knew that those people, those officials of the court, had no clue as to the feelings I had witnessed that night at the dinner table. If they had, they would have stopped everything, canceled all of their other obligations, and ensured a swift resolution in our situation. Yeah, I bet a lot of little kids do. They shouldn't wait too long. But see, this little girl, her mother died, and the in-laws want the little girl. But see, he wants to be a racer, and I don't know, like, uh, I forgot what happened because it's been such a long time since I read this book that that's why I was like really wanting to, and I hope I'm not like driving you guys crazy by reading this. Yeah, I know. It's sad, isn't it? You forget that, people, like the dog said, like the dog said, if they would have been able to witness what the feelings that he had just witnessed at the dinner table, of that little girl thinking that. Isn't that sad? Imagine that little girl. I'll bet you that your friend there or whoever told that story must have really gone through some really, really feelings of guilt, bad feelings of guilt. And like inadequacy too. Hi, Crystal, like thinking she couldn't make him stay, she couldn't keep them together. She had screwed it up. That's so horrible, huh? What a shame. What a shame. Doesn't it? Chosen one community. Oh, right. See, Stephanie? This is kind of a therapy group, too. It's therapeutic. Reading and then talking about the same things, like, does seem well. I mean, I'm saying this book, the way it's written, for me, I love the written word. So for people who appreciate the written word, and this is written, like you just said, so good. Where you can almost believe that it's the dog telling the story. It's like hard to imagine for me that it's actually written by Garth Stein is the name of the author. And it's called The Art of Racing in the Rain. As it was, we had taken only our first step. The restraining order had been squashed. Denny had won visitation rights, but Zoe was still in custody of the evil twins. You're welcome, Stephanie. That's what Enzo refers to the in-laws as. Denny was still on trial for a felony charge he didn't deserve. Nothing had been solved. And yet, I had seen them together. I had seen them look at each other and giggle with relief, which reaffirmed my faith in the balance of the universe. And while I understood that we had merely successfully navigated the first turn of a very long race, I felt that things boded well for us. Denny was not one to make mistakes, and with fresh tires and a full load of fuel, he would prove a formidable foe to anyone challenging him. I always get goosebumps reading this book. It's not over yet, Bobby. The dog uses a lot of racing things, and in between the dog there'll be different things. Chapter 41 is this. The flash and fury of a sprint race are grand. The strategies and skill of a race of 500 miles are spectacular. But the race for the true racer is the enduro. 8 hours, 12 hours, 24, even 25. I introduce you to one of the forgotten names in automotive racing history, Luigi Chinetti. Chinetti was a tireless driver who participated in every motorsports race at Le Mans from 1932 through 1953. He is known mostly for winning the first ever Ferrari victory at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1949. Chinetti drove more than 23 and one half of those 24 hours. For 20 minutes, he relinquished control of the car to his co-driver, Peter Mitchell Thompson, the car's owner, a baron from Scotland. That is all. Chinetti drove all but 20 minutes of the 24 hours, and he won. A brilliant driver, mechanic, and businessman, Luigi Chinetti later convinced Ferrari to sell their cars in the United States, and he convinced them to grant him the first and for many years the only Ferrari dealership in this country. He sold expensive red automobiles to very rich people, and they paid very rich prices for their toys. Chinetti always kept his client list confidential, shunning the garish light of conspicuous consumption. Also, if somebody wanted to pay cash for one that was, doing nefarious things for money, I'm sure. That's kind of crazy, huh? A great man, Luigi Chinetti, clever and smart and resourceful. He died in 1994 at the age of 93 years. I often wonder who he is now. Who possesses his soul? Does a child know his own spiritual background, his own pedigree? But somewhere, wait, hold on. I doubt it, but somewhere a child surprises himself with his endurance, his quick mind, his dexterous hands. Somewhere a child accomplishes with ease that which usually takes great effort. Holy fuck. And this child who has been blind to his past, but whose heart still beats for the thrill of the race, this child's soul awakens and a new champion walks among us. Holy shit. Holy shit. Can I just tell you guys something? All right. All right. Now, I haven't read this book in a while, or at least gotten to the end in a while. And that chapter didn't stick out to me. But if there's anybody who I've known and spoke to on the phone about my daughter and Ayrton Senna, I've always said that I think that she is the reincarnation of him. That chapter, that's the reason why this book came into my life and my daughter. Holy, I'm right. I'm right. I never could understand my daughter. And I said to her one time, she had highlighted quotes from this book. She read it over and over. And what happened was this, okay? I have his name tattooed on my shoulder. I got it for this particular reason, okay? I'm blown away right now. Like, I feel the same way I felt. Hold on. Okay. The day in 1994, my daughter, she wasn't born yet, okay? And I was with her father then. We were dating. And it was 6:30 in the morning, and he was, yeah, I don't know, we were up, whatever. This is 94, mind you. We didn't even know we were gonna have a kid together, whatever. But mind you, we had known each other since we were 19 years old. So anyway, which was 1987. So we'd been friends for a long time before we dated. It was one of those things where you get along so good with someone that you have all the same friends. And then like I had gotten to the age of 28 and I felt like I wasn't gonna meet anybody and everybody was getting married and all this stuff. And I don't know, you think if you're gonna learn to love somebody, like fall in love with them, even if you love them, you don't always fall in love with them. Anyway, so it was 6:30 in the morning. Now he's a NASCAR racing fan, not Formula One. I'm neither. I don't know shit about either. I know a little more about Formula One than NASCAR though, but not then. Then nothing. At that point, nada. I'm not a racer. No big racing fan. So I'm flicking around the TV, and there was a race in Temporal Italy or something like that. In Italy, it was one of the, Formula One race. What do they call 'em? You know what I mean? When they go through the streets or something. Whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. Tamburello. I think that was the name of the turn, though, I want to say. Whatever. He says, leave this on. So it was caution. It happened to be the first time that they used one of those cars, though, that, you know, go around a pace car, like, and they have to, keep the pace behind that car. It was the first time they had done that. Now, I only learned this particular fact after, when I started to study on fucking Formula One when the internet came around and shit. Um, well, I got the internet. I'm sure it was around then, but I just didn't have it. Whatever. Who knows? When we got our first cell phone, it was in one of those little suitcases. Like it was in a little suitcase, had a cord and shit. Crazy, right? um, and apparently, when they have that pace car, it makes the tires cool down. Like they have to have at going at the speeds that they go, the tires have to be somewhat melted so that they can grip the track because they don't want, the speed that they're going, they have to have that kind of, state. I don't know. So Ayrton Senna was alive to me for 11.20 seconds. When they said go, maybe a little longer because it was the pace car thing. Let's say maybe a total of, uh, if anything, a minute. 1 minute to me. I didn't know who he was, but he has never left me since. No lie. Or my daughter. She wasn't even. She wasn't even. I know, but see how in this they talk about reincarnation and thinking so much about. I mean, she didn't even know him, and she was highlighting quotes from him in this book. And I asked her, I go, Rachel, my daughter, she's triple major dean list graduate in 4 years. Most people will set out to do that, but they don't succeed in doing it. They drive, it's too much for them. And my daughter, when she said when she used to get anxiety, I'd say, but Rachel, I don't understand your anxiety. I go, most of the time, like anxiety for people is like, it's paralyzing. You can't do anything, you're paralyzed. I go, but you're so successful and ambitious and you succeed in so much. And so I don't understand it. She said that when that's what the difference is when she's not doing stuff. That's when she gets anxiety. She's always gotta be in the rate, like as if okay, so 11.20 seconds, they fucking, they do the go, they change it from yellow to go. And this guy, it was live. And the guy, he crashes into what looks like haystacks, but I don't think it was. And he was able to decelerate from 210 miles an hour to 160. And the helicopter camera, here's the thing. When he hit, it was like the breath got knocked out of me. If anybody's ever had the experience of falling down and the breath gets knocked out of you or something, that's what happened. The breath got knocked out of me. I've seen crashes before in races. Never ever felt that. I know. It was like the atmosphere of the world, like had gotten thinner. Something changed in the world. And now, after doing research, I realize now it was millions of people around the world holding their breath because somebody very significant had left this earth. And I knew, I witnessed somebody, like, I just felt like maybe, like, his soul, like, crashed into me. And then when I had my daughter, and then, which was 2 years later, and I was telling her that story, and I said, I go, Rachel, you know me. I said, I'm not a religious person. In fact, I'm agnostic. I said, but I telling you, I, I witnessed that man's soul leave this earth that day. Not like in a cloud or something, but in the feeling of the atmosphere of the world. It changed. It was like a butterfly effect, you know? And my daughter goes, Mom, I've heard those exact words before. I said, really? She said, yeah, those exact words. I said, where? And she goes and she pulls out this book. Now, she'd had it since she'd been 13. And I never knew that it had anything to do with Eric and Senna. I never had picked it up or anything. I never knew. I never knew that even the phrase, the art of racing in the rain, had anything to do with Eric and Senna or anything. And I'm going to skip right now to chapter 47. Ayrton Senna did not have to die. This came to me in a flash as I lay whimpering in pain in the back seat of Denny's car on the way to the animal hospital that night. It came to me on the Grand Prix circuit in the town of Amola and the Tamburello corner. Senna did not have to die. He could have walked away. Now, see, the weird thing was, I swear, like his head moved just a tiny bit. I really thought the guy would be alive, and it seemed like forever before they got there to him. Saturday, the day before the race, Senna's friend and protege, Rubens Barrichello, was seriously injured in an accident. Another driver, Roland Ratzenberger, was killed during a practice session. Senna was very upset about the safety conditions of the track. He spent Sunday race morning assembling the other drivers to form a new driver safety group. Senna was elected the head of the group. See, I kind of think he got killed. Me too, Riley. People say that he was so ambivalent about that race, the San Marino Grand Prix, that he thought seriously of retiring as a driver on Sunday morning. He almost quit. He almost walked away. But he did not walk away. He raced. that fateful first day of May in 1994, when his car failed to turn in at the fabled Tamburello corner, a corner known for its excessive danger and speed. His car left the track at nearly 190 miles per hour. Oh, wow, it was 190, not 160. And struck a concrete barrier. He was killed instantly by a piece of suspension that penetrated his helmet. Or he died in the helicopter on his way to the hospital. Or he died on the track after they pulled him out of the wreckage. Enigmatic is Ayrton Senna in death as well as in life. To this day, there is still great controversy over his death. Onboard camera footage mysteriously disappeared. Accounts of his death differed. The politics of the Federation Internationale dell'Automobile came into play. It is true that in Italy, if a driver dies while on the track, the death is investigated immediately and the race is stopped. It is true that if a race were to be stopped in such a way, millions of dollars would be lost by the FIA, its sponsors, the track, television revenue, and so forth. Commerce would be affected, whereas if that same driver were to die in a helicopter, for instance, en route to the hospital, the race could continue. It is also true that the first man to reach Senna after that moment, Sidney Watkins, said, "We lifted him from the cockpit and laid him on the ground. As we did, he sighed, and although I am totally agnostic, I felt his soul departed at that moment." Isn't that crazy? What is the real truth regarding the death of Ayrton Senna, who was only 34 years old? I know the truth, and I will tell you now. He was admired, loved, cheered, honored, respected in life as well as in death. A great man he is, a great man he was, a great man he will be. He died that day because his body had served its purpose. His soul had done what it had come to do, learned what it had came to learn, and then was free to leave. And I knew, as Denny said toward the doctor who would fix me, that if I had already accomplished what I set out to accomplish here on earth, if I had already learned what I was meant to learn, I would have left the curb 1 second later than I had, and I would have been killed instantly by that car. But I was not killed because I was not finished. I still had work to do. And I said to my daughter one day, I said, "Do you think that you're as, so ambitious as you are because of these quotes that you've been, you know, highlighting from Ayrton Senna?" Now, I had never told her about him. Never. She's not a racing fan. Neither one of us are racing fans. She was born after he had died, and here he was inspiring her. And she said, "Oh, yeah, Mom, definitely, definitely." I think it's just weird that that first guy out to him on the track said the same exact thing I said. Isn't that weird? That's fucking funny. We got any Curtis there. Stupid of me. Stupido. Yeah, I knocked myself out by accident. I knocked myself out. I know a really tall guy who did that on purpose. Not on purpose. Not on purpose. Not on purpose. I don't know why I said on purpose. By accident. By accident. Knocked themselves out trying to. They were really tall. They were 6'4", and they had just gotten a new puppy. So they had one of those baby gates up, like from the living room into the kitchen, and their phone was ringing, and so they tried to jump over the baby gate. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty. No, I don't. um, and they knocked themselves out on the door frame, and so they never got to the phone on time. They were trying to run to get it before the answer machine picked it up, but they never got it. I don't know if I lost people when I even kicked myself out. Unless you guys are still here. I'm not really done with this yet. Of course, but it's up to you guys. I could finish it or not. Okay. Thank you, Riley. Um, good. The solution had been put to Denny by Mark Fine. If Denny were to quit his claim to Zoe, the criminal charges would vanish. That's what Mark Fine said. As simple as that. Of course, that was speculation on his part. The evil twins didn't tell him that outright, but drawing on his experience, Mark Fine knew. Because the mother of the girl was Trisha's cousin. He was part of it, and also because their lawyer had made it clear in the initial hearings that they did not wish for Denny to spend any time in jail for his offense. They simply wanted him to be registered as a sex offender. Sex offenders don't get custody of their little girl. They're very devious, Mark noted, and they're very good. As good as you? Denny wondered. No one is as good as me, but they're very good. At one point, Mark even counseled Benny that perhaps the best thing for Zoe would be to stay with her grandparents, as they were better able to provide for her comforts of her childhood as well as pay for her college education when that became necessary. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Thanks to all of you. Further, Mark suggested, were Denny not to be the principal caregiver for Zoe, he would be much more able to accept instructing and driving jobs out of state, as well as participate in racing series worldwide, if he so chose. He noted that a child needs a stable home environment, which he said could be best provided in a single housing location and with consistent schooling, preferably in the suburbs or at a private school in an urban neighborhood. Mark assured Denny he would settle for nothing short of a liberal visitation schedule. He spent quite a long time convincing Denny of these truths. I wasn't convinced. Of course, I understood that a race car driver must be selfish. Success at any endeavor on an elite level demands selfishness. The art of racing in the rain is what it's called. It's by Garth Stein. There is a movie of it, but I would suggest getting the book instead. It's always better. The book's always better. But for Mark Fine to say Denny should put his own needs above the needs of his family because concurrent success in both fields was impossible was simply wrong. Many of us have convinced ourselves that compromise is necessary to achieve our goals, that all of our goals are not attainable, so we should eliminate the ex- ex- extraneous, extraneous, no, wait, extraneous, prioritize our desires, and accept less than the moon. But Denny refused to yield to that idea. He wanted his daughter and he wanted his racing career, and he refused to give up one for the other. Things changed quickly on a race course. I remember watching one of Denny's races when I had accompanied him to the track. Remember, this is all being told from the eyes of the dog. It can be whatever kind of dog you want, but this particular one is Enzo, and he's a golden retriever. I had accompanied him to the track. Very true, Stephanie. And was looked after by the crew. We watched near the start finish line as, with one lap remaining, Denny was in third place behind two other cars. They drove past us, and when they came back around for the checkered flag, Denny was by himself. He won the race. When asked how he had overtaken two cars on the final lap, he simply smiled and said that when he saw the starter wag one finger, meaning it was the last lap, he got a flash, and he said to himself, I will win this race. One of the other racers ahead of him spun off the track. The other locked up his wheels and gave Denny an easy opening to pass. It's never too late, Denny said to Mark. Things change. Very true. Things change quickly. And, as if to prove it, Denny sold our house. We had no money left. They had sucked him dry. Mark had threatened to cease working for Denny's defense. There was little else Denny could do. He rented a truck from U-Haul and called on his friends. And one weekend that summer, we moved all of our belongings from our house in the Central District to a one-bedroom apartment on Capitol Hill. I loved our house. It was small, I know, 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, and the yard was too small for a good running. And sometimes at night, the buses on the street were too loud, but I had grown attached to my spot in the living room on the hardwood floor, which was very warm in the winter when the sun streamed in through the window. And I loved using my dog door, which Denny had installed for me, so I could venture into the backyard at will. I would often go out on the back porch on a cold and rainy day when Denny was at work and sit and breathe and watch the movement of the tree branches and smell the rain. But that was no more. That was gone. From that point forward, my days were spent in an apartment with carpeting that smelled of chemicals, insulated windows that didn't breathe properly, and a refrigerator that hummed too loudly and seemed to work too hard to keep the food cold, and no cable TV. Still, I tried to make the best of it. If I squeezed myself into the corner between the arm of the sofa and the sliding glass door that opened onto a balcony that was still too small to be considered a balcony at all, if I wedged myself just so, I could see past the building across the street, and through a narrow gap I could see the Space Needle with its little bronze elevators that tirelessly whisked visitors from the ground to the sky and back again. It's kind of sad to think that the dog used to be able to go out through the dog door into the backyard during the day when his owner was at work, and that little thing would, the poor guy would squeeze, watch the Space Needle, no cable TV, couldn't watch the fucking TV anymore. So that all trickled down, those people that, the wife died, went from being this family, this dog was taken from litter, from the litter, and learned to grow adjusted to this girlfriend that came along, and they get married, they have a kid, they're a happy family, then she dies, and these in-laws fucking pull all this shit, take all this guy's money to take his fucking kid away. Terrible, huh? Fucking awful. Poor guy wins one race finally and feels like things are on the uptick. It's a shame. Even though afterwards he still had to sell his house. Sad. Then he paid his account with Mark Fine. Shortly afterward, Mark Fine was appointed to be a circuit judge. No way. Kidding me? I don't care. Are they talking about cancer again over there? Are they really, Connie? That's sick. What would you guys rather? Are they talking about cancer? They aren't talking about cancer, are they? Fucking A, man. See what I'm saying? I can't even read a fucking book and do nothing, and these motherfuckers just can't stop themselves. This is pure cancer bullying at its finest. I mean, really, for their sake, I hope not. No, sir. No, sir. I don't see it. I don't see it, Connie. I don't see it. Oh, I don't see it. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't see it. Yeah, I checked it out. Yeah, she was talking about Mary Mary there too, I see. Yeah, I see that. I'll check it out in a minute though. If you guys want to hear any more of this, or I mean, I can do the commentary on that in a minute. Not a minute, but we're almost done. It's up to you guys. Book? Okay. All right. Good. Denny paid his account with Mark Fine. Shortly afterward, Mark Fine was appointed to be a circuit judge, something about which I know little, except that it is a lifetime appointment, it is pretty prestigious, and it is not refusable. Denny found a new lawyer who didn't meet at Cafe Vita or Victrola Coffee because he didn't care for girls there or whatever. This one asked for continuance, which is what you can do in the legal world if you need time to read all the paperwork. And while I understood it was necessary, I was still concerned. Mark Fine had carried himself with the energy of someone who had already won the game and was politely waiting for you to count the chips to discover your loss. Mr. Lawrence may have been very capable, but he carried himself more like a hound without a hunt. A let me know when you're ready look on his sad face. And so, while it seemed like we were getting close to the reckoning, suddenly the horizon shot away from us, and again we were waiting for the legal wheels to turn, which they did, but exceedingly slow. Shortly after Denny began working with our new representation, we received more bad news. The evil twins were suing Denny for child support. Dastardly is how Mark Fine had described them. So now, in addition to taking his child from him, they demanded for the food which they fed her. That doesn't even fucking make sense because you would think if the courts gave them to him, them, then they should have had to pay child support. So then he could have provided the. That's his kid. You know what I mean? I mean, if they were deemed that they could provide better, why should they need the guy who couldn't provide for her as well as them need help paying for her? You know? That's fucked up, man. They're just trying to ruin the guy. Mr. Lawrence defended their action as a legitimate tactic. Rufus as it might be. He posed to Denny a question. Does the end always justify the means? And then he answered it. Apparently, for them it does. Remember, this is the dog talking, okay? I have an imaginary friend. I call him King Karma. I know that karma is a force in this universe, and that people, like the evil twins, will receive karmic justice for their actions. I know that this justice will come when the universe deems it appropriate, and it may not be in this lifetime, but in the next, or the one after that. The current consciousness of the evil twins may never feel the brunt of the karma they have incurred, though their souls absolutely will. I understand this concept, but I don't like it. And so my imaginary friend does things for me. If you are mean to someone, King Karma will swoop out of the sky and call you names. If you kick someone, King Karma will bound from an alley and kick you back. If you are cruel and vicious, King Karma will administer a fitting punishment. At night, before I sleep, I talk to my imaginary friend, and I send him to the evil twins, and he exacts his justice. It may not be much, but it's what I can do. Every night, King Karma gives them very bad dreams in which they are chased mercilessly by a pack of wild dogs until they awaken with a start, unable to fall asleep again. Dog cracks me up. It was an especially difficult winter for me. Perhaps it was the stairs in our apartment building, or maybe it was my genetic deficiency catching up to me, or maybe I was tired of being a dog. I so longed to shed this body, to be free of it. I spent my lonely, joyless days watching the people who walked by on the street below, all going somewhere, all with important destinations, and me, unable to unlock the door and go to greet them. And even if I had been able to greet them, I had a dog's tongue, and therefore would have been unable to speak to them, unable to shake their hands. How I wanted to talk to these people, how I wanted to engage them in life. I wanted to participate, not just to observe. I wanted to judge the world around me, not merely be a supportive friend. And looking back, I can tell you it was my state of mind, it was my outlook on life that attracted me to that car and attracted that car to me. That which we manifest is before us. Thank you, you guys. We walked back from Volunteer Park late in the night, extending our usual quick jaunt because of the special weather conditions. It was not too cold and not too warm. A gentle breeze blew, and snow fell from the sky. I was unsettled by the snow. I remember Seattle is rain. Warm rain or cold rain, Seattle is rain. Seattle is not snow. There are far too many hills for Seattle to be able to tolerate snow. And yet, there was snow. Denny often allowed me to walk home from the park without my leash, and that night I strayed too far from him. I was watching the flakes fall and gather in a thin layer on the sidewalk and on the street ahead on 10th Avenue, which was devoid of both cars and people. Yo, Zoe, he called. He whistled for me, his sharp whistle. I looked up. He was on the other side of Aloha. He must have crossed without me noticing. Come here, boy. He slapped his thigh, and feeling detached from him, feeling somehow like there was a world between us, not merely a two-lane road, I bounded toward him, into the street. He suddenly cried out, No, wait! The tires did not scream as tires do. The ground was covered with a thin layer of snow. The tires hushed. They shushed. And then the car hit me. So stupid, I thought. I am so stupid. I am the stupidest dog on the planet. I have the audacity to dream of becoming a man. I am stupid. Settle down, boy. His hands were on me, warm. I didn't see. I didn't see. I know. He shot out. I totally understand. I saw the whole thing. Then he lifted me. Then he held me. What can I do? I'm several blocks from home. He's too heavy to carry. Will you drive me? Sure, but you tried to stop. The street is snowy. I've never hit a dog before. You just clicked him. I'm totally freaking. He's more scared than he is. I'm starting to cry. I'm so stupid. He's more scared than he is anything else. I've never hit. What just happened isn't important, Denny said. Let's think about what's going to happen next. Get in your car. Yeah, the boy said. He was just a boy, a teenager. Where should I go? Everything's fine, Denny said, sliding into the back seat with me on his lap. Take a deep breath and let's drive. So the next chapter was the one that I read about Ayrton Senna, where he's thinking, the dog is thinking that his life isn't over yet, and that's why he didn't get killed by the car. He's not finished. He still has work to do. Separate entrances for cats and dogs. That's what I remember most. And still another entrance for infectious animals, which did not discriminate by genus, by gender, not gender, by, I don't know, you know what I mean. Apparently, dogs and cats are equal when they are infectious. I remember the doctor painfully manipulating my hip. Then he gave me a shot, and I was very much asleep. When I awoke, I was still groggy, but no longer in pain. I heard snippets of conversation, terms like dysplasia and chronic arthritis, and non-displaced fracture of the pelvic bone. Others like replacement surgery and salvage operation, knitting and pain threshold, calcification and fusing, and my favorite, old. Then he carried me to the lobby and laid me down on the brown carpeting, which was somehow comforting in the dim room. The assistant spoke to him and said more things that were confusing to me due to my drugged state. X-ray, sedative, examination and diagnosis, cortisone injection, pain medication, nighttime emergency fee, and of course, $800. Then he handed the assistant a credit card. He kneeled down and stroked my head. You'll be all right, Zoe, he said. You cracked your pelvis, but it will heal. You'll just take it easy for a while, and then you'll be good as new. Mr. Swift? Then he stood and returned to the counter. Your card has been declined. Then he stiffened. That's not possible. Do you have another card? Here. They both watched the blue machine that took the cards, and a few minutes later, the assistant shook his head. You've exceeded your limit. Then he frowned and took another card. Here's my ATM card. It will work. They waited again. Same result. That's not right, then he said. I could hear his breath quicken and his heart beat faster. I just deposited my paycheck. Maybe it hasn't cleared yet. The doctor appeared from the back. A problem? He asked. Look, I have $300 from when I deposited my check. I took some of it out in cash. Here. Denny fanned his bills in front of the doctor. They must be holding the rest of the check or something, waiting for it to clear, Denny said, his voice sounding panicky. I know I have money in that account, or I can transfer some into it tomorrow morning for my savings. Relax, Denny, the doctor said. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. He said to the assistant, write Mr. Swift a receipt for the $300 and leave a note for Susan to run the card in the morning for the balance. The assistant reached out and took Denny's cash. Denny watched closely as the young man wrote up the receipt. Could I keep 20 of it? Denny asked hesitantly. I could see his lip quivering. He was exhausted and shaken and embarrassed. I need to put some gas in my car. The assistant looked to the doctor, who lowered his eyes and nodded silently and turned away, calling good night over his shoulder. The assistant handed Denny a $20 bill and a receipt, and Denny carried me to the car. When we got home and Denny placed me on my bed, he sat in the dark room, lit only by the street lamps outside, and he held his head in his hands. So sad. They're so mean. For a long time. So sad, isn't it? I can't, he said. I can't keep going. I looked up. He was talking to me. He was looking at me. Remember, this is the dog, and when it's the guy, They won, he said. You see? How could I respond? What could I say? I can't even afford to take care of you, he said to me. I can't even afford gas for my car. I've got nothing left, Enzo. There's nothing left. Oh, how I wished I could speak. So sad. How I wished for thumbs. I could have grabbed his shirt collar. I could have pulled him close to me, so close he could feel my breath on his skin. And I could have said to him, this is just a crisis, a flash, a single match struck against the implacable darkness of time. You are the one who taught me to never give up. You taught me that new possibilities emerge for those who are prepared, for those who are ready. You have to believe. But I couldn't say that. I could only look at him. I tried, he said. He said that because he couldn't hear me, because he had not heard a word I just said, because I am a dog. You are my witness, he said. I tried. If I could have stood on my hind legs, if I could have raised my hands and held him, if I could have spoken to him. I have not witnessed, I would have said. I am witnessing. And he would have understood what I meant, and he would have realized, but he could not hear me because I am what I am. And so he returned his head to his hands and he sat. I provided nothing. He was alone. Days later, a week, two, I don't know. After Denny's deflation, time meant little to me. He looked sickly. He had no energy, no life force, and so neither did I. At a point when my hips still bothered me, not so long as to have healed, not so soon that the pain was acute, we went to visit Mike and Tony. They didn't live far from us. Their house was small, but reflected a different level of income. Tony had stood in the right place at the right time, Denny once told me, and would never have to worry about money again. Such is life. Such is manifesting. Your car goes where your eyes go. We sat in their kitchen, Denny with a cup of tea and a manila folder before him. Tony wasn't present. Mike paced nervously. It's the right decision, Den, Mike said. I totally support you. Denny didn't move. Denny didn't speak, just stared dully at the folder. This is your youth, Mike said. This is your time. Principle is important, but so is your life. So is your reputation. Denny nodded. Lawrence got what you wanted him to get, right? Same visitation schedule, but with 2 weeks in the summer, 1 week over Christmas break, and the February school break, Mike asked. Denny nodded. And you don't have to pay support anymore. They'll put her in a private school on Mercer Island, and they'll pay for her college education. Denny nodded. And they'll settle for misdemeanor harassment and probation. No sex offense on your record. Denny nodded. Denny, said Mike said seriously, you're a smart guy. One of the smartest guys I've ever met. Let me tell you, this is a smart decision. You know that, right? Denny looked confused for a moment, scanned the tabletop, checked his own hand. I need a pen, he said. Mike reached behind him to the telephone table and picked up a pen and handed it to Denny. It looks like he's going to sign over custody. Denny hesitated, his hand poised over the document in the folder. He looked up at Mike. I feel like they've sliced open my guts, Mike. Like they've sliced me open and cut out my intestines, and I'll have to carry around a plastic shit bag for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life, I'll have this plastic bag of shit tied to my waist and a hose. And whenever I empty my shit bag into the toilet, I'll have to think about how they cut me open and gutted me, and I just lay there with a dead smile on my face and said, well, at least I'm not broke. Mike seemed at a loss. It's rough, he said. Yeah, Denny agreed. It's rough. Nice pen. Denny held up the pen. It was one of those souvenir pens with the sliding thing in the plastic top with the liquid. Woodland Park Zoo, Mike said. I looked closer. The top of the pen, a little plastic savanna. The sliding thing, a zebra. The dog always thinks that the zebra indicates something bad to him. Because when Eve was dying and she got locked, I don't know, he got locked in the house with this. He just always thinks that the zebra means evil. So that's just how the dog thinks. The zebra is everywhere. I suddenly realized the zebra. It is not something outside of us. The zebra is something inside of us, our fears, our own self-destructive nature. The zebra is the worst part of us when we are face to face with our own worst times. The demon is us. Then he brought the tip of the pen to the paper, and I could see the zebra sliding back and forth, sliding forward, inching toward the signature line. And I knew it wasn't Denny who was signing. It was the zebra. Denny would never give up his daughter for a few weeks of summer vacation and exemption from child support payments. I was an old dog, recently hit by a car, and yet I mustered what I could, and the pain medication Denny had given me earlier helped with the rest. I pushed up onto his lap with my paws. I reached out my teeth, and the next thing I knew, I was standing at the kitchen door with the papers in my mouth, and both Mike and Denny staring at me, completely stunned. Enzo, drop it! I refused. Enzo, drop! He yelled. I shook my head. Come here, boy, Mike said. I looked over at him. He was holding a banana, playing good cop to Denny's bad cop, which was totally unfair. He knew how much I love bananas, but still, I refused. Enzo, get the hell over here, Denny shouted, and he lunged at me. I slipped away. It was a low speed chase, to be sure, but my mobility being restricted as it was, but it was a chase nonetheless, one in which I feigned and dodged and slid and evaded the hands that grasped for the collar. I held them up. I still had the paper, even when they cornered me in the living room, even when they were about to catch me and wrest the papers from my jaws. I had a chance. I was trapped, I know, but Denny taught me that the race isn't over until the checker flies. I looked around and noticed that one of the windows was open. It wasn't open that much, and there was a screen on it, but it was open, and that was enough. Despite all of my pain, I lunged. With all of my might, I dove. I cleared the opening. I crashed into that screen and through it, and suddenly I was on the porch. I scurried in the backyard. Mike and Denny flew out the back door, panting and yet not pursuing. Instead, they seemed somewhat impressed by my feat. He dove, Mike said, breathless. Out the window, Denny finished for him. Yes, I did. I dove. If we had a videotape of that, we could win $10,000 on America's Funniest Home Videos, Mike said. Give me the papers, Enzo, Denny said. I shook them vigorously in my mouth. Mike laughed at my refusal. It's not funny, Denny admonished. It's kind of funny, Mike replied in his defense. Give me the papers, Denny repeated. I dropped the papers before me and pawed at them. I dug at them. I tried to bury them. Again, Mike laughed. Denny, however, was very angry. He glared at me. Enzo, he said, I'm warning you. What could I do? Had I not made myself clear? Had I not communicated my message? What else was there for me to do? One thing only. I lifted my hind leg and I urinated on the papers. Gestures are all that I have. When they saw what I had done, they couldn't help themselves. They laughed. Denny and Mike. They laughed so hard. Denny laughed harder than I'd seen him laugh in years. Their faces turned red. They could hardly breathe. They fell to their knees and laughed until they could laugh no more. Okay, Enzo, Denny said. It's okay. I went to him then, leaving the urine-soaked papers on the grass. Call Lawrence, Mike said to Denny. He'll print them again and you can sign them. Denny stood. No, he said. I'm with Enzo. I piss on their settlement, too. I don't care how smart it is for me to sign it. I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not giving up. I'm never giving up. They're going to be mad, Mike said with a sigh. Screw them, Denny said. I'm going to win this thing, or I'm going to run out of fuel on the last lap. But I'm not going to quit. I promised Zoe I'm not going to quit. Yeah, right, Stephanie? When we got home, Denny gave me a bath and toweled me off. Afterward, he turned on the TV in the living room. What's your favorite? He asked, looking at the shelf of the videotapes he kept, all the races we loved to watch together. Ah, here's one you like. He started the tape. Ayrton Senna driving the Grand Prix of Monaco in 1984, slicing through the rain in pursuit of the race leader, Alain Prost. Senna would have won that race had they not stopped it because of the conditions. When it rained, it never rained on Senna. We watched the race together without pause, side by side, Denny and me. I really love this book. I think this is just such a fantastic written book. We're almost done. Should I keep going? Almost done. May as well, right? Screw it. Kill this book off, right? The summer of my 10th birthday came along, and there was a sense of balance in our lives, though none of completeness. We spent alternate weekends with Zoe, who had grown so tall recently, and who never let a moment pass without questioning an assumption or challenging a theory or offering an insight that made Denny smile with pride. My hips had healed poorly from my accident, but I was determined not to cost Denny any more money, as I had at the hospital that night. I pushed through the pain, which at times prevented me from sleeping through the night. I tried my best to keep up with the pace of my life. My mobility was severely limited, and I couldn't gallop or canter, but I could still trot fairly well. I felt that I pulled off my end of it, as I sometimes heard people who knew my background, thank you, you guys, comment on how frisky I looked or how dogs in general heal quickly and easily adapt to the disabilities. Money was still a constant struggle for us since Denny had to give the evil twins a portion of his paycheck, and Mr. Lawrence, the level-headed lawyer, always demanded that Denny's account be kept up to date. Fortunately, Denny's bosses were generous in allowing him to change his schedule frequently, so he could attend various meetings, and also he could teach driving on certain days, which was a way for him to make money for his defense. Sometimes on the driving school days, Denny would take me with him to the track, and while I was never allowed to ride with him, I did enjoy sitting in the stands and watching him teach. I became known as a bit of a track dog, and I especially liked trotting through the paddock, looking at the latest fashion in cars purchased by the rich young men and women whose bank accounts were fed with heaping piles of technology money. From the nimble Lotus Exige to the classic Porsche to the more flamboyant Lamborghini, there was always something good to see. On a hot day at the end of July, we were teaching, I remember, and while they were all out on the course, I watched as a beautiful red Ferrari F430 drove through the paddock and up to the school headquarters. A small older man climbed out, and the owner of the school, Don Kitch, came up to meet him. Hi, Bobby. They embraced and spoke for several minutes. The man strolled to the bleachers to get a view of the track, and Don radioed to his corner workers to check out the session and bring in the students for lunch break. As the drivers climbed out of their vehicles and the instructor gave them helpful comments and pointers, Don called for Denny, who approached, as did I, curious about what was going on. I need a favor, Don said to Denny, and suddenly, the small man with the Ferrari was with us. You remember Luca Pantone, don't you? Don asked. We came to dinner at your place a couple of years ago. Of course, Denny said, shaking Luca's hand. Your wife cooked a delightful dinner, Luca said. I remember it still. Please accept my sincere and heartfelt condolences. When I heard him speak with his Italian accent, I recognized him immediately. The man from Ferrari. Thank you, Denny said. Luca would like you to show him our track, Don said. You can grab a sandwich between sessions, right? You don't need lunch. No problem, Denny said, pulling on his helmet and walking to the passenger side of the exquisite automobile. Mr. Swift, Luca called out, perhaps you would do the favor of allowing me to be the passenger, so that I may see more. Surprised, Denny looked at Don. You want me to drive this car? He asked. After all, the F430 is priced at nearly $250,000. I accept full liability, Luca said. Don nodded. I'd be pleased to, Denny said, and he climbed into the cockpit. It was an extremely beautiful car, and it was outfitted not for street use, but for track, with ceramic brake rotors, one-piece FIA homologated racing seats, and harnesses, a full roll cage, and, as I had suspected, Formula One style paddle shifters. The two men strapped in, and Denny pressed the electronic start button, and the car fired to life. Ah, what a sound! The whine of the fantastic engine layered over the throaty rumble of the massive exhaust. Denny flicked the paddle shifter, and they cruised slowly through the paddock toward the track entrance. I followed Don into the school classroom, where the students were clutching thick hunks of a giant sandwich, chewing and eating and laughing, their intense morning of track time having injected a week's worth of joy into their lives. If you drivers want to see something special, Don said, grab your sandwiches and come out to the bleachers. There's a lunch session going on. The Ferrari was the only car on the track, as the track was usually closed during the lunch hour. But this was a special occasion. What's going on? One of the other instructors asked Don. Denny's got an audition. I'm so happy for Denny, Don replied cryptically. We all went out to the bleachers in time to see Denny come round turn 9 and street down the straight. I figure it will take him 3 laps to learn the sequential shifter, Don said. Sure enough, Denny started slowly, like he had driven with me back at Thunder Hill. Oh, how I wish I could have traded places with Luca, that lucky dog. To be co-pilot to Denny in an F430 must be an amazing experience. He was driving easy, but as he came round for the 3rd time, there was a noticeable change to the car. It was no longer a car. It was a red blur. It no longer whined. It screamed as it shot down the straightaway so fast that the students laughed at each other as if someone had just told a dirty joke. Denny was laying down a hot lap. A minute later, so fast one wondered if he had taken a shortcut, the Ferrari popped out of the cluster of trees at the exit of turn 7, cresting the rise until its suspension was totally extended. And then, with a pock, pock, pock sound, we heard the electronic clutch quickly downshift from 6th to 3rd, and we saw the ceramic brake rotors glow red between the spokes of the magnesium wheels. And then we heard the throttle open full and watched the car slam through the sweeping turn through the sweeping turn 8 as if it were a rocket sled, as if it were on rails, its hot rubber racing compound tires grabbing the greasy pavement like Velcro, and then pop, shifting up and pop, blasting past us at turn 9. No more than 2 inches from the concrete barrier. The Doppler effect of the passing car converted its snarl into an angry growl, and off it rocketed, pop, shifting again at the kink, and it was gone. Holy shit, the student said. I looked back at them, and their mouths were open. We were all silent, and we could hear that sound. Pop, pop, as Denny set himself up for turn 5A on the backside of the track, which we couldn't see, but which we could imagine, given such wonderful sound effects. And again, Denny careened past us at 1,000,000 miles an hour. How close to the edge is he? Someone asked aloud. Don smiled and shook his head. He's way past the edge, he said. I'm sure Luca told him to show him what he could do, and that's what he's doing. Then he turned to the group and shouted, Don't you ever drive like that. Denny is a professional race car driver, and that's not his car. He doesn't have to pay for it if he breaks it. Lap after lap they went around until we were dizzy and exhausted from watching them, and then the car slowed considerably, a cool-down lap, and pulled off into the paddock. The entire class gathered around as Denny and Luca emerged from the burning hot vehicle. The students were abuzz. They touched the scalding glass window that shielded the magnificent power plant and exclaimed at their spectacular drive. Everyone into the classroom, Don barked. We'll go over corner notes from your morning session. As they headed off, Don clasped Denny's shoulder firmly. What was it like? It was incredible, Denny said. Good for you. You deserve it. Don went off to teach the class. Luca approached and extended his hand. In it was a business card. I would like you to work for me, Luca said with his thick accent. I sat next to Denny, who reached down and scratched my ear out of habit. I appreciate that, Denny said, but I don't think I make a very good car salesman. Neither do I, Luca said. But you're with Ferrari. Yes, I work in Maranello at Ferrari headquarters. We have a track there. I see, Denny said. So you'd like me to work where? At the track. There is some need, as often our clients would like track instruction in their new cars. Instructing? There is some need. But mostly you would be testing the vehicle. Denny's eyes got extremely large, and he sucked in a huge breath of air as I did. Was this guy saying what we thought he was saying? In Italy? Denny said. Yes, you would be provided with an apartment for you and your daughter, and of course a company car, a Fiat, as part of your compensation package. To live in Italy? Denny said. And test drive Ferraris? See? Denny rolled his head around. He turned around in a circle, looked down at me, and laughed. Why me? Denny asked. There are 1,000 guys who can drive this car. Don Kitch tells me you are an exceptional driver in the wet weather. I am, but that can't be the reason. No, Lucas said. You are correct. He stared at Denny, his clear blue eyes smiling. But I would prefer to tell you more about those reasons when you join me in Maranello, and I can invite you to my house for dinner. Denny nodded and chewed his lip. He tapped Lucas' business card against his thumbnail. I appreciate your generous offer, he said, but I'm afraid certain things prevent me from leaving this country or even this state at the moment, so I have to decline. I know about your troubles, Lucas said. That is why I am here. Denny looked up, surprised. I will keep the position available for you until your situation is resolved and you can make your decision free from the burden of circumstance. My telephone is on my card. Lucas smiled and shook Denny's hand again. He slipped into the Ferrari. I wish you would tell me why, Denny said. Luca held up his finger. Dinner at my home. You will understand. He drove away. Denny shook his head in bewilderment as the high-performance driving school students emerged from the classroom and headed for their cars. Don appeared. Well? He asked. I don't understand, Denny said. He's taken an interest in your career since he first met you, Don said. Whenever we talk, he asks how you're doing. Why does he care so much? Denny asked. He wants to tell you himself. All I can say is that he respects how you're fighting for your daughter. Denny thought for a moment. But what if I don't win? He asked. There is no dishonor. There is no dishonor in losing the race, Don said. There is only dishonor in not racing because you are afraid to lose. He paused. Now get to your student, Grasshopper, and get the hell out on the track. That's where you belong. You guys are really nice to be sticking with me through this. This is a bad book for me. I have a hard time with it. That's why I pause sometimes because it's so freaking. The dog is so smart. I know it's not even the dog wrote the book, but I always feel like it is. It's so realistic to me. I think there's only like 40 pages left. It's up to you guys. 40 pages left. 40 pages. What should I do? I don't know. All right, so we'll continue on then. Chapter 51. You need to go out? Let's go out. He was holding my leash. He wore his jeans and a light jacket for the fall. He lifted me to my unsteady feet and clipped on the leash. We went out into the darkness. I had fallen asleep early, but it was time for me to urinate. I had been experiencing a decline in my health. I don't know if my accident the previous winter had knocked something loose in my plumbing, or if it was somehow associated with the medications that Denny gave me, but I had developed an inconvenient case of urinary incontinence. After even mild activity, I often slept deeply and awoke having soiled my bedding. It was usually only a few dribbles, though on occasion it was more extensive, and it was always horribly embarrassing. I also was having great difficulty with my hip. Once I was up and moving, once I had warmed up my joints and ligaments, I felt fine and was able to move well. However, whenever I slept or lay in one spot for any amount of time, my hind joints locked in place, and I found it difficult to get them moving again, or even to rise to a standing position. The net result of my health issues was that Denny could no longer leave me alone for an entire workday. He began visiting at lunchtime so he could take me out to relieve myself. He was very kind and explained to me that he was doing it for himself. He was feeling stagnant, he said, and frustrated. The lawyers continued at their glacial pace, and there was nothing Denny could do to speed them along. So he looked at the short walk from his work to the apartment and back as a tonic. It allowed him a certain amount of cardiovascular exercise. Yes, but it also gave him a purpose, a mission, something to do other than wait. That evening, it was around 10. I knew because the amazing race had just finished. Denny took me out, and the night was bracing, and I enjoyed feeling the wakefulness as I breathed in through my nostrils the energy. We crossed Pine Street, and I saw people smoking outside the Cha Cha Lounge. I forced myself to ignore the urge to sniff the gutter. I refused to shove my nose into the butt of another dog making rounds. And yet I urinated on the street like an animal because that was the only alternative I was afforded, to be a dog. We walked down Pine toward the city, and then she was there. Both of us stopped. We held our breath. Two young women at an outdoor table at Baja's Books and Coffee, and one of them was Annika. So Annika was the cousin of his deceased wife or something, and she's the one that had pressed the charges against Denny, saying she's the one who like tried to make a move on him. Some young girl trying to fucking I don't know what the hell, but so she's the one that made these charges and that the in-laws could use against Denny to try and get try and get custody of Zoe. Oh my God, cover yourself. Yeah, stop. Yeah, cover yourself up. Okay. See, that's how Enzo would be reacting if he saw her. Just like Zoe. I mean, just like Bosco is. Temptress, seducer, vixen. How awful for us to have to see this horrid girl. I wanted to leap at her and take her nose in my teeth and twist. How I hated this young girl who attacked my Denny with her unrestrained sexuality and then blamed him for the attack. How I despised she who would rend this family because of her own agenda. A woman scorned indeed. Kate Hepburn would smash her with a single blow and laugh while doing it. How my anger burned. She sat at an outdoor table with another girl at this hip and cool coffee shop in our neighborhood. She sat drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes. She was at least 17 by now, possibly 18, and was legally allowed to function in society on her own. Technically, she could sit at any coffee shop in any city and stew in her wretchedness. I couldn't stop her, but I didn't have to deal with her. Immature finger pointer. inflictor of wounds. This dog cracks me up. I thought we would cross the street to avoid a confrontation, but instead we headed straight for her. I didn't understand. Perhaps Denny hadn't seen her. Perhaps he didn't know. But I knew. And so I resisted. I set my weight. I ducked my head. Come on, boy, Denny ordered me. He tugged at my leash. I refused. With me, he snapped. No, I wouldn't go with him. Then he leaned down. He kneeled, held my muzzle, and looked me in the eye. Not, he doesn't have a muzzle on, but he means his mouth. I saw her too, he said. Let's handle this with dignity. This can work for us, though. I want you to go up to her and love her more than you've ever loved anyone before. I didn't understand his strategy, but I relented. After all, he had the leash. As we drew near her table, Denny stopped and looked surprised. Oh, hey, he said brightly. Annika looked up, feigning shock, clearly having seen us, but hoping there would be no interaction. Denny, good to see you. I played my part. I greeted her enthusiastically. I nuzzled her. I pushed my nose into her leg. I sat. I looked at her with great anticipation, which is something people find very appealing. But inside, I was churning. Her facial makeup, her hair, her tight sweater. Yuck. Enzo, she said. Hey, Denny said, can we talk for a minute? Annika's friend started to get up. I'll go get more coffee, she said. No, Denny stopped her with a wave of the hand. Please stay. She hesitated. It's important that you witness that there's no impropriety taken here, Denny explained. If you leave, I'll have to leave. The girl looked at Annika, who nodded her agreement. Annika, Denny said. Denny? He pulled up a chair from the next table, which was empty, and sat down next to her. I totally understand what's going on. Which is strange, because I certainly didn't, and I certainly didn't understand it at all. She had attacked him. She then accused him of attacking her. And because of that, we only got to see Zoe on certain days of the week. Why were we speaking with her rather than roasting her on a spit was unfathomable to me. I may have given you signals, he said. That's totally my fault. But just because the light is green doesn't mean you shouldn't look both ways before stepping into the street. Annika screwed up her face in puzzlement and looked to her friend. A metaphor, her friend said. Ha! A metaphor, she said. Fantastic. This one knows how to decode the English language. We will save her for roasting tomorrow. This dog cracks me up. I hope you guys can tell who I'm talking for when I'm doing it. I just want you guys to get the feel of the book, I guess. I don't know. I should have handled the situation entirely differently, Denny said. I haven't had the chance to say this to you because we've been kept apart, but I made all the mistakes. It's all my fault. You did nothing wrong. You're an attractive woman, and I understand my noting that attractiveness, even to myself, may have signaled to you that I was available. But you know I wasn't available. I was married to Eve, and you were far too young. Annika dipped her head at the mention of Eve. Maybe I even thought of you as Eve for a minute, Benny said, and maybe I looked at you like I used to look at Eve. But Annika, while I understand how angry you must be, I wonder if you understand what's going on, what the fallout is. They won't let me have my daughter. Do you realize that? Annika looked up at him and shrugged. They want me to be registered as a sex offender, and that will mean that I will always have to register with the police wherever I live, and I will never be able to see my daughter again without supervision. Did they tell you about that? They said, she said softly but didn't finish. Annika, when I saw Eve for the first time, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't walk. I felt as if she were out of my sight for a moment. I might wake up from a dream and find her gone. My entire world revolved around her. He paused, and none of us said anything for a moment. A crowd of people emerged from a restaurant across the street, and they said their goodbyes loudly and with much laughter, kissing and hugging before they went their separate ways. It could never, it never could have worked between you and me. There are a million reasons. My daughter, my age, your age, Eve, in a different time, in a different place, maybe, but not now, not 3 years ago. You're a wonderful woman, and I know that you will find the right partner, and you will be very happy for the rest of your life. She looked up at him, and her eyes were big. I'm very sorry that it won't be me, Annika, he said, but one day you will find someone who stops the world for you, as Eve stopped the world for me. I promise you. She looked deeply into her latte. Zoe's my daughter, he said. I love her like your father loves you. Please, Annika, don't take her away from me. Annika didn't look up from her coffee, but I glanced at her friend. Tears hung on her lower lid. We paused for a moment, and then we turned and walked away briskly, and Denny's gate seemed lighter than it had been for years. I think she heard me, he said. I thought so too, but how could I respond? I barked twice. He looked at me and laughed. Faster? He asked. I barked twice again. Faster then, he said. Let's go. And we trotted the rest of the way home. I'm going to be done soon. Believe me. Believe me, we'll get this done soon. Okay. 52. The couple who stood in the doorway were entirely foreign to me. They were old and frail. They wore threadbare clothing. They toted old fabric suitcases that bulged awkwardly, and they smelled of mothballs and coffee. Denny embraced the woman and kissed her cheek. He picked up her bag with one hand and shook the man's hand with the other. They shuffled into the apartment, and Denny took their coats. Your room is in here, he said to them, carrying their bags into the bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa. Neither of them said a word. He was bald, except for a crescent of stringy black hair. His skull was long and narrow. His eyes were sunken like his cheeks. His face was covered with gray bristle that looked painful. The woman had white hair that was quite thin and left most of her scalp visible. She wore sunglasses, even in the apartment, and she often stood completely still and waited until the man was next to her before she moved. She whispered into the man's ear, Your mother would like to use the washroom, the man said. I'll show her, Denny said. He stood next to the woman and held out his arm. I'll show her, the man said. The woman took the man's arm and he led her toward the hall where the bathroom was. The light switch is hidden behind the hand towel, Denny said. She doesn't need a light switch, the man said. As they went into the bathroom, Denny turned away and rubbed his face with the palms of his hands. Good to see you, he said into his hands. It's been so long. Had I known I was meeting Denny's parents, I might have acted more receptive to these strangers. Had I been given, I had been given no advance notice, no warning, and so my surprise was completely justified. Still, I would have been preferred to greet them. I would have preferred to greet them like family. Cool. I'm glad you guys are still here. They stayed with us for 3 days, and they hardly left the apartment. For the afternoon on one of those days, Denny retrieved Zoe, who was so pretty with her hair in ribbons and a nice dress, and who had obviously been coached by Denny, as she willingly sat for a long time on the couch and allowed Denny's mother to explore the terrain of her face with her hands. Tears ran down Denny's mother's cheeks during the entire encounter. Raindrops spotted Zoe's flower print dress. Our meals were prepared by Denny and were simple in nature: broiled steaks, steamed string beans, boiled potato. They were eaten in silence. The fact that these three people could occupy such a small apartment and speak so few words was quite strange to me. Denny's father lost some of his gruff edge while he was with us, and he even smiled at Denny a few times. Once, in the silence of the apartment, while I sat in my corner watching the space elevators, he came and stood behind me. "What do you see, boy?" he asked quietly, and he touched the crown of my head with his fingers and scratched at my ears, just the way Denny does. How the touch of a son is so like the touch of his father. I looked back at him. "You take good care of him," he said. And I couldn't tell if he was talking to me or to Denny. And if he was talking to me, did he mean it as a command or as an acknowledgement? The human language, as precise as it is, with its thousands of words, can still be so wonderfully vague. On the last night of their visit, Denny's father handed Denny an envelope. "Open it," he said. Denny did, as instructed, and looked at the contents. "Where the hell did this come from?" he asked. "It came from us," his father replied. "You don't have any money." "We have a house, we have a farm." "You can't sell your house," Denny explained. "We didn't," his father said. "They call it a reverse mortgage. The bank will get our house when we die. But we thought you needed the money more now than you would later. So," Denny looked up at his father, who was quite tall and very thin, his clothes draped on him like clothes on a scarecrow. "I think that's the best reason I've ever heard anyone get a reverse mortgage." "Dad," Denny started, but his eyes filled with tears, and he could only shake his head. His father reached for him and embraced him, held him close, and stroked his hair with his long fingers and fingernails that had large pale half moons. "We never did right by you," his father said. "We never did right. I hope this makes it right." They left the next morning, like the last strong autumn wind that rattles the trees until the remaining leaves fall. Brief but powerful was their visit, signaling that the season had changed, and soon life would begin again. Chapter 54. A driver must have faith in his talent, his judgment, the judgment of those around him, physics. A driver must have faith in his crew, his car, his tires, his brakes, himself. The apex sets up wrong. He is forced off his usual line. He carries too much speed. His tires have lost grip. The track has gotten greasy, and he suddenly finds himself at a turn exit with no more track and too much speed. As the gravel trap rushes at him, the driver must make decisions that will impact his race, his future. To tuck in would be devastating. Wrenching the front wheels against their nature would only spin the car. To lift is equally bad. Taking grip away from the rear of the car, what is to be done? The driver must accept his fate. He must accept the fact that mistakes have been made, misjudgments, poor decisions. A confluence of circumstance has landed him in this position. A driver must accept it all and be willing to pay the price for it. He must go off track. To dump two wheels, even four, it's an awful feeling, both as a driver and as a competitor. The gravel that kicks up against the undercarriage, the feeling of swimming in the muck, While his wheels are off the track, other drivers are passing him. They are taking his spot, continuing at speed. Only he is slowing down. At this moment, a driver feels a tremendous crisis. He must get back on the gas. He must get back on the track. Consider the drivers who have been taken out of races by snapping their steering wheels, by overcorrecting to extreme, and spinning their cars in front of their competitors. A terrible position to find oneself in. A winner, a champion, will accept his fate. He will continue with his wheels in the dirt. He will do his best to maintain his mind and gradually get himself back on the track when it is safe to do so. Yes, he loses a few places in the race. Yes, he is at a disadvantage, but he is still racing. He is still alive. The race is long. It is better to drive within oneself and finish the race behind the others than it is to drive too hard and crash. Telling you guys, we are almost done here. We are almost done, and I appreciate you guys because now I can return this book. You know, I mean, I kept it because I just couldn't return it, knowing I hadn't finished it. And there was in the playlist. There's actually the Art of Racing in the Rain, where I was reading it and I never, you know, finished it because for circumstances that were just always going on, and you guys know of them. And so, but I really think this is some brilliant writing. The writer of this book, Garth Stein, is so brilliant. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful book. And it's all told from the eyes of the dog, Enzo. And I appreciate you guys sticking this through. The funky lady. So we know Night Owl isn't listening. Just kidding. She don't have. Isn't that funny that Slow Ride is playing? And that last chapter I just said, basically it was slow ride, take it easy, the race is long. It is better to drive within oneself and finish the race behind the others than it is to drive too hard and crash. Isn't that weird that Slow Ride came on? To me, I think that's weird. I'm going to use the cancer card, Riley. All right, let's keep this going because we are almost to the end here. Chapter 55. So much information came out in the following days, thanks to Mike, who plagued Denny with questions until he answered. About his mother's blindness, which came on when Denny was a boy. He cared for her until he left home after high school. About how his father told Denny that if he didn't stay to help with the farm and his mother, he shouldn't bother keeping in touch at all. About how Denny called every Christmas for years, until his mother finally answered the phone and listened without speaking. For years, until she finally asked how he was doing and if he was happy. I learned that his parents had not paid for the testing program in France, as Denny had claimed. He paid for that with a home equity loan. I learned that his parents had not contributed to the sponsorship of the touring car season, as Denny had said. He paid for that with a second mortgage, which Eve had encouraged. Always pushing the extremes, finding himself broke, and finding himself on the telephone with his blind mother, asking her for some kind of help, any kind of help, so that he could keep his daughter, and her response that she would give him everything if only she could meet her grandchild, her hands on Zoe's hopeful face, her tears on Zoe's dress. Such a sad story, Mike said, pouring himself another shot of tequila. Actually, Denny said, examining his can of Diet Coke, I believe it has a happy ending. Chapter 56. All rise, the bailiff called out. Such old-fashioned formality in such a contemporary setting. The new Seattle courthouse, glass walls and metal beams jutting out at all angles, concrete floors and stairs with rubber treads, and all of it lit by a strange bluish light. The Honorable Judge Van Tighem, an elderly man, clad in a black robe, strode into the room. He was short and wide, and he had a wave of gray hair swept to one side of his head. His dark, bushy eyebrows hung over his small eyes like hairy caterpillars. He spoke with an Irish lilt. Sit, he commanded. Let us begin. Thus the trial commenced, at least in my mind. I won't give you all the details because I don't know them. I wasn't there because I am a dog, and dogs are not allowed in court. Isn't he funny? Isn't he funny? The only impressions I have of the trial are the fantastic images and scenes I invented in my dreams. The only facts I know are the ones I gathered from Denny's retelling of events. My only idea of a courtroom, as I have said before, is what I learned from watching my favorite movies and television shows. I pieced together those days as one conjures a partially completed jigsaw puzzle. The frame is finished, the corners filled in, but handfuls of the heart and belly are missing. The first day of the trial was devoted to pretrial motions, the second to jury selection. Denny and Mike didn't talk much about those events, so I assume everything went as expected. Both days, Tony and Mike arrived at our apartment early in the morning. Mike escorted Denny to court, while Tony stayed behind to look after me. Tony and I didn't do much with our time together. We sat and read the paper, or went for short walks, or ventured to Baja so he could check his email on their free Wi-Fi. I liked Tony, despite the fact that he had washed my dog years earlier. He had a pet dog and he washed it. Or maybe because he had. That dog, poor thing, finally went the way of all flesh and fell to threads and was tossed into the trash bin without ceremony, without eulogy. My dog was all I could think to say. My dog. And I watched Denny drop it into the bin and close the drawer, and that was that. On the third morning, there was a definite change in the air when Tony and Mike arrived. There was much more tension. Fewer pleasantries, no one-liners. It was the day the case was to begin in earnest. And we were all filled with trepidation. Denny's future was at stake, and it was no laughing matter. Apparently, I learned later on, Mr. Lawrence delivered an impassioned opening statement. He agreed with the prosecution's assertion that sexual molestation is about power, but he pointed out that baseless allegation is an equally destructive weapon. True, equally destructive weapon. And is just as much about power, and he pledged to prove Denny innocent of the charges against him. The prosecution led off their case with a parade of witnesses, all of whom had stayed with us that week in the Winthrop, each of them testifying to Denny's inappropriate, flirtatious manner and his predator-like stalking of Annika. Yes, they agreed. She was playing the game with him, but she was a child, as was Lolita, Spencer Tracy might have shouted, as was Lolita. Denny was an intelligent, strong, good-looking man, the witnesses said, and should have known better. One by one, they depicted a world in which Denny maneuvered sneakily in order to be with Annika, to brush against her, to hold her hand illicitly. Each convincing witness was followed by another, even more convincing, and another after that, until finally the alleged victim herself was called to the stand. Wearing a subdued skirt and a high-collared blouse, her hair pinned back and eyes downcast, Annika proceeded to catalog every look, glance, and breath, every incidental touch and near miss. She admitted that she was a willing, even eager accomplice, but insisted that, as a child, she had no idea what she was getting herself into. Visibly upset, she spoke about how the entire episode has tormented her ever since. Tormented her in what way, I would have asked. By her innocence or by her guilt? But I wasn't there to pose the question. By the time Annika's direct examination was finished, not a person in the courtroom, save Denny himself, was absolutely certain that he had not taken liberties with her that week, and even Denny's confidence in himself was shaken. Early that afternoon, it was Wednesday, the weather was oppressive. The clouds were heavy, but the sky refused to rain. Tony and I walked down to the coffee shop so he could get his coffee. We sat outside and stared at the traffic on Pine Street until my mind shut down and I lost track of time. Enzo? I raised my head. Tony pocketed his cell phone. That was Mike. The prosecutor asked for a special recess. Something's going on. He paused, waiting for my response. I said nothing. What should we do? He asked. I barked twice. We should go. Tony closed up his computer and got his bag together. We hurried down Pine and across the freeway overpass. He was moving very quickly and had a hard time keeping up. When he felt the leash go taut, he looked back at me and slowed. We have to hurry if we want to catch them, he said. I wanted to catch them too, but my hips ached so. We hustled past the Paramount Theater to Fifth Avenue. We rushed south, zigzagging from walk to don't walk signals until we reached the plaza before the courtroom on Third Avenue. Mike and Denny were not there. Only a small cluster of people in one corner of the plaza, speaking urgently, gesturing with agitation. We started towards them. Perhaps they knew what was going on, but at that moment the rain began to fall. The group immediately disbanded, and I saw Annika among them. Her face was drawn and pale, and she was crying. When she saw me, she winced, turned away quickly, and vanished into the building. Why was she so upset? I didn't know, but it made me nervous. What could be going on inside that building, in the dark chambers of justice? What might she have said to further incriminate Denny and destroy his life? How I prayed for some kind of intervention, for the spirit of Gregory Peck or Jimmy Stewart or Raul Julia to descend on the plaza and lead us to truth, for Paul Newman or Denzel Washington to step out of a passing bus and deliver a rousing speech that would set everything right. Tony and I took refuge underneath an awning. We stood tensely. Something was going on, and I didn't know what it was. I wish I could have injected myself into the process, snuck into the courtroom, leapt on a table, and made my voice heard, but my participation was not part of the plan. It's done now, Tony said. We can't change what's already been decided. Can't we? I wondered. Even just a little? Can we not will ourselves to achieve the impossible? Can we not use the power of our life force to change something? One small thing, one insignificant moment, one breath, one gesture. Is there nothing we can do to change what is around us? My legs were so heavy I could no longer stand. I lay on the wet concrete and I fell into a steady sleep filled with very strange dreams. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lawrence said, standing before the jury box. It is important to note that the case put forth by the prosecution is entirely circumstantial. There is no evidence whatsoever of violation. The truth of what really happened that night is known by two people alone. Two people and a dog. A dog? The judge asked incredulously. Yes, Judge Van Tegum, Mr. Lawrence said, stepping forth boldly. The entire event was witnessed by the defendant's dog. I call to the stand Enzo. I object, the prosecutor barked. Sustained, the judge said, for the time being. He produced a large volume from beneath his desk and paged through it at length, reading many passages. "Does this dog speak?" the judge asked Mr. Lawrence, his head still buried in the book. "With the help of a voice synthesizer," Mr. Lawrence said. "Yes, the dog speaks." "I object," the prosecutor piped in. "Not yet," the judge said. "Tell me about this device, Mr. Lawrence." "We've borrowed a very special voice synthesizer that was developed for Stephen Hawking," Mr. Lawrence continued. "By reading the electrical pulses of the inner brain—" "Enough! You had me at Stephen Hawking." "With this device, the dog can speak," Mr. Lawrence said. The judge clapped shut his massive book. "Objection overruled. Let's have him then, this dog. Let's have him." The room was filled with hundreds of people, and I was sitting on the witness stand, strapped to Stephen Hawking's voice simulator. The judge swore me in. "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?" "I do," I said in my scratchy metallic voice, which was not at all how I had imagined. I had always hoped I would sound more commanding and present like James Earl Jones. "Mr. Lawrence," the judge said, astonished, "your witness." "Enzo," Mr. Lawrence said, "you were present for the alleged molestation?" "I was," I said. Suddenly there was silence in the gallery. Suddenly no one dared speak or even breathe. I was talking, and they were listening. "Tell us in your own words what you witnessed in Mr. Swift's bedroom that night." "I will tell you," I said, "but first, with permission, I would like to address the court." "You may," the judge said. "Inside each of us resides the truth," I began, "the absolute truth. But sometimes the truth is hidden in a hall of mirrors. Sometimes we believe we are viewing the real thing, when in fact we are viewing a facsimile, a distortion. As I listen to this trial, I am reminded of the climactic scene of a James Bond film, The Man with the Golden Gun. James Bond escaped the Hall of Mirrors by breaking the glass, shattering the illusion, until only the true villain stood before him. We, too, must shatter the mirrors. We must look into ourselves and root out the distortions until that thing which we know in our hearts is perfect and true stands before us. Only then will justice be served. I looked over the faces in the room and saw each of them considering my words, nodding appreciatively. "Nothing happened between them," I said finally. "Nothing at all." "But we've heard so much of these accusations," Mr. Lawrence said. "Your Honor," I raised my voice, "ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I assure you that my master, Dennis Swift, in no way acted inappropriately around this young lady, Annika. It was clear to me that she loved him more than anything in the world, and she offered herself to him. He declined her offer. After driving us over a harrowing mountain path, after exhausting himself, draining himself of all physical energy in order to deliver us safely home, Denny is guilty only of falling asleep. Annika, this girl, this woman, as unaware of the ramifications of her actions as she might have been, assaulted my Denny." A murmur rose from the gallery. "Miss Annika, is this true?" the judge demanded. "It is true," Annika replied. "Do you disavow these accusations?" Van Tighem asked. "I do," she cried. I'm so sorry for the pain I put you all through. I disavow. This is a stunning revelation, Van Tigum announced. Enzo the dog has spoken. The truth is known. This case is dismissed. Mr. Swift is free to go, and he is awarded custody of his daughter. I leapt from the witness stand and embraced Denny and Zoe. At last, we were a family together again. It's over, my master's voice. I opened my eyes. Denny was flanked by Mike and Mr. Lawrence, who held a very large umbrella. How much time had passed, I didn't know, but Tony and I were both very wet from the rain. Sounds like he was having a dream, where he sounded like Stephen Hawking. And I tried my best to sound like Stephen Hawking. But probably didn't do a great job, but I tried. We know. We don't do anything right here. Uh, that recess was the longest 45 minutes of my life, Denny said. I waited for his answer. She recanted, he said. They dropped the charges. He fought it, I know, but it was hard for him to breathe. They dropped the charges, and I'm free. Denny might have been able to hold it off if we had been alone, but Mike wrapped him in a big hug, and Denny unleashed the years of tears that had been damned behind mud and determination and the ability to always find another finger to stick into this leaking dike. He cried so hard. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, Tony said, shaking Mr. Lawrence's hand. You did a fantastic job. Mr. Lawrence smiled, perhaps for the first time in his life. They had no physical evidence, he said. All they had was Annika's testimony. I could tell on direct she was wavering. There was something more she wanted to say, so I went after her on cross, and she broke down. She said that up until now she'd been telling people what she had hoped might have happened. Today she admitted that nothing happened at all. Without her testimony, it would have been foolish for the prosecutor to move forward with the case. Is that what she testified? I wondered where she was, what she was thinking. I glanced around the plaza and spotted her leaving the courthouse with her family. She seemed somehow fragile. She looked over and saw us. She was not a bad person, I knew then. One could never be angry at another driver for a track incident. One could only be upset at himself for being caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. She gave a quick wave meant for Denny, but I was the only one who saw because I was the only one looking. So I barked to let her know. You've got a good master there, Tony said to me, his attention still on our immediate circle. He was right. I have the best master. I watched Denny as he held on to Mike and swayed back and forth, feeling the relief, knowing that another path might have been easier for him to travel, but that it couldn't possibly have afforded a more satisfying conclusion. Not over. It's almost over. We're almost done. We have 15 pages left. 15 pages. Remember, this is all told from the eyes of the dog Enzo. The very next day, Mr. Lawrence informed Denny that the evil twins had dropped their custody suit. Zoe was his. The twins had requested 48 hours to assemble her belongings and spend a little more time with her before delivering her to Denny. but he was under no obligation to agree. I don't know what you're talking about, coward. Are you here just to start some fucking trouble? Because just don't fucking do it. We're just sitting here reading, and you think you're gonna come in here and starting some fucking shit. Try not to, okay? I know it's your nature, but just fucking give it a shot. Denny couldn't have been mean. He could have been spiteful. Wait, Denny could have been mean. He could have been spiteful. They took years of his life. They took all of his money. They robbed him of work. They tried to destroy him. But Denny is a gentleman. Denny has compassion for his fellow man. I mean, really, Cow Strike Back, who's really the one churning the world, huh? You came in here. You don't know that you don't have to. You don't know that you can walk away. So you think you're going to churn some shit? Try again. He granted them their request. He was baking cookies last night in anticipation of Zoe's return, making the batter from scratch like he used to when the phone rang. Since his hands were covered with sticky oatmeal goop, he tapped the speaker button on the kitchen phone. You're on the air, he said sprightly. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind? There was a long pause filled with static. I'm calling for Dennis Swift. This is Denny. Denny called from his cookie bowl. How can I help you? This is Luca Pantoni, returning your call. From Manarello. Denny's eyebrows shot up. Am I catching you at a bad time? Denny, he smiled at me. Luca, grazie for returning my call. I'm making oatmeal cookies, so I have you on speakerphone. I hope you don't mind. No problem. Luca, the reason I called, the issues that were keeping me in the States have been resolved. I can tell by the tone of your voice they were resolved to your satisfaction, Luca observed. Very much so, Denny said. Yes, indeed. I was wondering if the position you offered me earlier was still available. Of course. My daughter and I and my dog Enzo would very much like to join you for dinner in Maranello then. Your dog is named Enzo. He is a race car driver at heart, Denny said, and he smiled at me. I love Denny so much. I know everything about him, and yet he always surprises me. He called Luca. I look forward to meeting your daughter and to seeing Enzo again, Luca said. I will have my assistants make the arrangements. It will be necessary to retain your services under contract. I hope you understand the nature of our business as well as the expense of developing a test driver. I understand, Denny replied, flopping oatmeal and raisins onto the cookie sheet. You do not object to a 3-year commitment? Luca asked. Your daughter will not mind living here? There is an American school if she would prefer it to our Italian school. She told me she wants to try the Italian school, Denny said. We'll have to see how it goes. Either way, she knows it will be a great adventure and she's very excited. She's been studying a children's book I gave her that teaches some simple Italian phrases. She says she feels confident ordering pizza in Marinella, and she loves pizza. Denny, I love pizza too. I like the way your daughter thinks, Denny. I am so pleased I can be part of your fresh start. Denny plopped more cookies, almost as if he had forgotten about the telephone call. My assistant will My assistant will be in touch with you, Denny. We will expect you in a few weeks. Yes, Luca. Thank you. Luca? See. Now will you tell me why? Denny asked. Another long pause. I would prefer to tell you I know, Luca, I know. But it would help me so much if you could see your way to telling me now, for my own peace of mind. I understand your need, Luca said. I will tell you. Many years ago, when my wife passed away, I almost died from grief. I'm sorry, Denny said, no longer working the cookie batter, simply listening. Thank you, Lucas said. It took me a long time to know how to respond to people offering their condolences. Such a simple thing, yet filled with much pain. I'm sure you understand. I do, Denny said. I would have died from grief, Denny, if I had not received help, if I had not found a mentor who offered me his hand. Do you understand? My predecessor at this company offered me a job driving cars for him. He saved my life, not merely for me, but for my children as well. This man passed away recently. He was very old, but still, sometimes I see his face, I hear his voice, and I remember him. What he offered me is not for me to keep, but for me to give to another. That is why I feel very fortunate that I am able to offer my hand to you. Then he stared at the phone as if he could see Luca in it. Thank you, Luca, for your hand and for telling me why you have offered it. My friend, Luca said, the pleasure is entirely mine. Welcome to Ferrari. I assure you, you will not want to leave. They said their goodbyes, and Denny pressed the button with his pinky. He crouched down and held out his sticky hand for me, and I licked off the cookie batter. Sometimes I believe, he said to me, as I indulged in the cookie batter on his fingers. Sometimes I really do believe. There's more. You want to hear it? We're almost done. The dawn breaks gently on the horizon and spills its light over the land. My life seems like it has been so long and so short at the same time. These words are so hard for me, this chapter. So sad. So sad. So sad. Give me a minute. I can't help it. All right. Okay, so the dawn breaks gently on the horizon and spills its light over the land. My life seems like it has been so long and so short at the same time. People speak of a will to live. So, I gotta get Kleenex. They rarely speak of a will to die because people are afraid of death. So sad. Death is dark and unknown and frightening, but not for me. It is not the end. I can hear Denny in the kitchen. I can smell what he's doing. He's cooking breakfast, something he used to do all the time when we were a family, when Eve was with us and Zoe. For a long time, they have been gone, and Denny has eaten cereal. With every bit of strength I have in my body, I wrench myself to a standing position. Though my hips are frozen and my legs burn with pain, I hobble to the door of the bedroom. Growing old is a pathetic thing. Remember, this is the dog, okay? It is full of limitations and reduction. It happens to all of us, I know, but I think that it might not have to. Hi, Debbie. I'm just at the end of this wicked sad book. I'm fucking. I gotta get. I really do. I mean it. Ugh. It's so sad. So sad. It's the dog telling the story, and it's like the last chapter, and we know what's coming. We know what's coming. I think it. I think it happens to those who request it, and in our current mindset, our collective thought, it is what we have chosen to do. But one day, a mutant child will be born who refuses to age, who refuses to acknowledge the limitations of these bodies of ours, who lives in health until he is done with life, not until his body no longer supports him. He will live for hundreds of years, like Noah, like Moses. This child's genes will be passed to his offspring, and more like him will follow, and their genetic makeup will supplant the genes of those of us who need to grow old and decay before we die. I believe that one day it will come to pass. However, such a world is beyond my view. Yo, Enzo, he calls to me when he sees you. How are you feeling? Like shit, I reply. But of course, he doesn't hear me. I made you pancakes, he says cheerfully. I forced myself to wag my tail, and I really shouldn't have, because the wagging jostles my bladder, and I feel warm droplets of urine splash at my feet. It's okay, boy, he says. I've got it. He cleans up my mess and tears me a piece of pancake. I take it in my mouth, but I can't chew it. I can't taste it. It sits on my tongue limply until it finally falls out of my mouth and onto the floor. I think Denny notices, but he doesn't say anything. He keeps flipping the pancakes, setting them on the rack to cool. I don't want Denny to worry about me. I don't want to force him to take me on a one-way visit to the vet. He loves me so much. The worst thing I could possibly do to Denny is make him hurt me. The concept of euthanasia has some merit, yes, but it is too fraught with emotion. I much prefer the idea of assisted suicide, which was developed by the inspired physician Dr. Kevorkian. This dog is so fucking funny. It's a machine that allows an ailing elder to push a button and take responsibility for his own death. There is nothing passive about the suicide machine. A big red button. Press it or don't. It's a button of absolution. My will to die. Perhaps when I am a man, I will invent a suicide machine for dogs. When I return to this world, I will be a man. I will walk among you. I will lick my lips with my small, dexterous tongue. I will shake hands with other men, grasping firmly with my opposable thumb. And I will teach people all that I know. And when I see a man or a woman or a child in trouble, I will extend my hand, both metaphorically and physically. I will offer my hand to him, to her, to you, to the world. I will be a good citizen. This dog is something else. He kills me. A good partner in the endeavor of life that we all share. I go to Denny and I push my muzzle into his thigh. There's my Enzo, he says. He reaches down out of instinct
We've been together so long. He touches the crown of my head, and his fingers scratch at the crease of my ears, the touch of a man. My legs buckle, and I fall. I'm not gonna get through this shit. So sick. Zoe, he is alarmed. He crouches over me. Are you okay? I am fine. I am wonderful. I am. I am. So, he turns off the fire under the frying pan. He places his hand over my heart. The beating that he feels, if he feels anything at all, is not strong. So sad. In the past few days, everything has changed. He is going to be reunited with Zoe. I would like to see that moment. They are going to Italy together, to Maranello. They will live in an apartment in the small town, and they will drive a Fiat. Denny will be a wonderful driver for Ferrari. I can see him, already an expert on the track because he is so quick, so smart. They will see his talent, and they will pluck him from the ranks of test drivers and give him a tryout for the Formula One team, Scuderia Ferrari. They will choose him to replace the irreplaceable Schumi. Try me, he will say, and they will try him. They will see his talent and make him a driver, and soon he will be a Formula One champion, just like Ayrton Senna, Jackie Stewart, Nelson Piquet, Alain Proust, Michael Schumacher, my Denny. I would like to see that, all of it, beginning this afternoon when Zoe arrives and is once again together with her father. But I don't believe I will get the chance to see that moment. And anyway, it is not for me to decide. My soul has learned what it came to learn. I'm sorry. And all the other things are just things. We can't have everything we want. Sometimes we simply have to believe. You're okay, he says. He cradles my head in his lap. I see him. I know this much about racing in the rain. I know it is about balance. It is about anticipation and patience. I know all of the driving skills that are necessary for one to be successful in the rain. But racing in the rain is also about the mind. It is about owning one's body, about believing that one's car is merely an extension of one's body, about believing that the track is an extension of the car, and the rain is an extension of the track, and the sky is an extension of the rain. It is about believing that you are not you. You are everything, and everything is you. Racers are often called selfish and egotistical. I myself have called race car drivers selfish. I was wrong. To be a champion, you must have no ego at all. You must not exist as a separate entity. You must give yourself over to the race. You are nothing if not for your team, your car, your shoes, your tires, Do not mistake confidence and self-awareness for egotism. I saw a documentary once. It was about dogs in Mongolia. It said that the next incarnation for a dog who is ready to leave his dogness behind, is as a man. I am ready. And yet, Denny is so very sad. He will miss me so much. I would rather stay with him and Zoe here in the apartment and watch the people on the streets below as they talk to each other and shake each other's hands. You've always been with me, Denny says to me. You've always been my Enzo. Too fucking sad for me. Yes, I have. He's correct. It's okay, he says to me. If you need to go now, you can go. So fucking, so sorry, man. I turn my head, and there before me is my life, my childhood, my world. My world is all around me. I'm so sorry, guys. What? All around the fields of Spangle, where I was born, the rolling hills covered with the golden grasses that sway in the wind and tickle my stomach when I move over them. The sky so perfectly blue, and the sun so round. This is what I would like, to play in those fields for a little longer, to spend a little more time being me before I become someone else. This is what I would like. And I wonder, have I squandered my dogness? Have I forsaken my nature for my desires? Have I made a mistake by anticipating my future and shunning my present? Perhaps I have. An embarrassing deathbed regret. Silly stuff. The first time I saw you, he says, I knew we belonged together. Yeah, me too. It's okay. I saw a film once, a documentary, on the television, which I watch a lot. Denny once told me not to watch too much. I saw a documentary about dogs in Mongolia. It said that after dogs die, they return as men, but there was something else. I feel his warm breath on my neck, his hand. He leans down to me. Though I can no longer see him, he leans down to my ear. The fields are so large I could run forever in one direction and then run forever back. There is no end to these fields. It's okay, boy. He says softly, gently in my ear. I remember this documentary said that after a dog dies, his soul is released into the world. This is so fucking sad. So stupid. I should have never read this book. Into the world around us. His soul is released to run in the world, run through the fields, enjoy the earth, the wind, the rivers, the rain, the sun, the when a dog dies, his soul is released to run until he is ready to be reborn. I remember. It's okay. When I am reborn as a man, I will find Denny. I will find Zoe. I will walk up to them and shake their hand and tell them that Enzo says hello. They will see. You can go. Before me, I see my world. The fields around Spanville. There are no fences, no buildings, no people. There is only me. So sorry. And the grass, and the sky, and the earth. Only me. I love you, boy. I take a few steps into the field, and it feels so good. So nice to be in the cool air, to smell the smells all around me, to feel the sun on my coat. I feel like I am here. You can go. I gather my strength and I start off, and it feels good. Like I have no age at all. Like I am timeless. I pick up speed. I run. It's okay, Enzo. I don't look back, but I know he's there. I bark twice because I want him to hear. I want him to know. You guys gotta give me a second. I don't look back, but I know he's there. I bark twice because I want him to hear. I want him to know I feel his eyes on me, but I don't turn back. Off into the field, into the vastness of the universe ahead, I run. You can go, he calls to me. Faster. The wind presses against my face as I run. Faster. I feel my heart beating wildly, and I bark twice to tell him, to tell everyone in the world, to say faster. I bark twice so he knows, so he remembers. What I want now is what I've always wanted. One more lap, Eddie. One more lap. Faster. Last chapter. Amola, Italy. After it is all over, after the last race has been won, after the season's champion has been crowned, he sits alone in the infield of the Tamburello corner, on the grass that is soggy from the many days of rain. A bright figure in his Ferrari red Nomex racing suit, which is covered with patches of the many sponsors who want him as their figurehead, their image, as the one whom they can hold before the world as their symbol. The champion sits alone. All around Japan, Brazil, around Italy, Europe, the world, people celebrate his victory. In the trailers and the back rooms, the other drivers, some of whom are half his age, shake their heads in amazement to have accomplished what he has accomplished, to have endured what he has endured, to have become a Formula One champion out of nowhere at his age. It is nothing less than a fairy tale. An electric golf cart steps onto the tarmac near him, driven by a young woman with long golden hair. With her in the cart are two other figures, one large and one small. The young woman climbs out and walks toward the champion. Dad, she calls. He looks to her, though he had hoped to be alone just a little longer. They're big fans, she says. He smiles and rolls his eyes. The idea that he has fans at all, big or small, is very silly to him, and something he has to get used to. No, no, she says, because she knows his thoughts almost before he can think them. I think you'd really like to meet them. He nods at her because she is always right. She beckons the two people in the cart. A man steps out, hunched beneath a rain poncho, then a child. They walk toward the champion. Denny, the man calls. He does not recognize them. He does not know them. Denny, Removo di Tropolo aquí, I don't know. Ikami, the champion replies. Denny, we are your biggest fans. Your daughter brought us here to find you. She said you would not mind. She knows me, the champion says warmly. My son, says the man. He worships you. He talks about you always. The champion looks at the boy, who is small, with sharp features and icy blue eyes and light curly hair. Quante Aniha, he asked. Cinque, the boy replied. Do you race? He races carts, the father says. He is very good. The first time he sat in the cart, he knew how to drive it. It's very expensive for me, but he is so good. Such a talent that we do it. Bene Chibello. Chibello, I don't know. Will you sign our program? The father asked. We watched the race from the field over there. The grandstand is too expensive. We drove from Napoli. Certo, the champion said to the father. He takes up the program. What's his name? What's your name? He asked the boy. Enzo, the boy says. I'm going to start again. The champion looks up, startled. For a moment, he doesn't move. He doesn't write. He doesn't speak. Enzo? He asks kindly. See, the boy says. Enzo. Stunned, the champion stares at the boy. He says he wants to be a champion, the father translates. Like you, the champion. He continues staring at the boy until he realizes he's been staring too long and he shakes his head to stop himself. He says, Your son reminds me of a good friend of mine. He catches his daughter's eye, then signs the boy's program and hands it to his father, who reads it. It's my telephone number in Marinello, the champion says. When you think your son is ready, call me. I'll make sure he gets proper instruction and the opportunity to drive. Grazie, grazie, the man says. He talks about you always. He says you are the best champion ever. He says you are better even than Senna. The champion rises, his racing suit still wet from the rain. He pats the boy's head, ruffles his hair, and the boy looks up at him. He is a race car driver at heart. The father says he studies all of your races on videotape. See, he says. He says that the car goes where your eyes go. It is true, my young friend. It is very true. Sad, right? Sorry, guys. I'm such a fucking idiot. I get so. This is such a sad story. Sorry, guys. But he came back. Came back. Came back. So sad though when the dog was dying. I couldn't take it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, guys. I love you guys. Thank you for sticking with me tonight. Peace, love, and tacos. I love you guys. Peace, love, and tacos.